Well, good morning to everybody here in attendance today at the Education Funding Committee. We're tasked to start at 10 o'clock. We're a little bit over after that, so we'll go ahead. The first bill which we have in the docket today, we are hearing bills today, is HB 1714 FN. This is an act authorizing the state to issue bonds to fund public school expenses, and prime sponsor of that bill is Representative Markell. Well, we're not there at speaker, and I don't care to go there. Okay, yeah, we need to turn the mic on, and then you can take all the turn right over here to Representative Cretion.
Okay. Okay, so everybody gets one of each.
Thank you.
Okay, there were 17 members, so I prepared
Okay.
17.
Jen, can you help her with that?
That's yours.
Thank you.
I had to wake up. It's the whole thing.
Are there more of those? We're shy, one for the clerk and one for the chair.
I'll give it to
No,
you.
because we're short one for, Tony also, yes.
Okay,
Here, take Sally's
Let me
for
make
now.
a copy for the file. Is that all
We're
we need?
short on, we're short two on this one.
oops.
Or the big one? No, the little one.
You're
The little
good.
one. Okay.
We really need to have one. I don't want to start until the clerk has a copy.
Which one do you need? Take that.
Uh,
One we could give 'em.
This one you
Let's
need?
give 'em one, too.
Okay,
Yeah.
you can have that one back. Okay. So Representative Markle, why don't you go ahead and present your bill?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jay Markell. I represent presently Rockingham County District 18. I sit on two committees right now. I sit on the Child and Family Law Committee, and I also sit on Health, Human Services, and Elder Affairs. I've also addressed some subcommittee issues. I'm also a practicing attorney. I was admitted to the New Hampshire Bar in 1998. I am also presently admitted to Massachusetts, Supreme Judicial Court, United States Court of Appeals, First Circuit, downtown Boston, which covers this area. Also, United States District Court, Massachusetts, United States District Court, New Hampshire. What brings us here today is House Bill 1714. The point of it, I have a handout, I'm sorry if not everybody got one, but the main points are these. We know that we have some school funding issues, basically, and the 2 points are that I'd like to make is that we know we have school funding issues. That's number one. Number two, we also have a New Hampshire Supreme Court decision called Contoocook Valley School District versus State of New Hampshire from 2025. And basically, I'll read from my handout. School funding has been a longstanding issue between Republicans and between Republican and Democratic administrations, and applies basically to every educable child. Now, obviously, Conval is a controversial decision for a lot of reasons. I am not taking a position on Conval one way or the other. Reasonable people can disagree on how it can be handled. However, presently, local property taxes make up the bulk of the cost of public school funding. And in many cases, property taxes have been a problem for many residents, and there have been efforts to control or cap these taxes. The questions presented in 1714 basically find a way to deal with school funding and provide relief for taxpayers as well as students, allow for local control of budgets, but with supervision and auditing, as well as providing relief if it can be delivered by having the state pick up a share of the costs of funding and education. So this is basically the handle for the potential relief. The questions now, one of the potential reliefs is whether or not the state can issue bonds in amounts that would be, according to our bill, which would be able to assist with or assure adequate school funding. I've also brought some handouts for you. And so this is a possible solution. Looking at the handouts in Exhibit 1, we'll see that New Hampshire has long-term debt estimated to be about $6.2 billion. And this ranks New Hampshire 46th out of the 50 states. So our debt service is very low. By contrast, if you take a look at Exhibit 1, you can look at California, which has an absolutely astronomical amount of debt. The amount of debt here which tops the list at nearly $500 billion, $468 billion. So then if you look at page 2 on Exhibit 1, you get down to state number 46, that's us. The lowest is South Dakota with about $2.45 billion in debt. So New Hampshire, and also if you take a look at Exhibit 2, and if you take a look at Exhibit 2, you would find that New Hampshire has, according to the people who do this management, which is PRAG, and that is the Public Resources Advisory Group, Exhibit 2. And if you go to page 3 down there, you'll see that New Hampshire has a very favorable debt affordability ratio. According to this document, which was the latest that I was able to acquire, which was admittedly from last year, if you look at it, you'll see that on page 3, middle of the page, Moody's median debt for issuing bonds is somewhere around 3.88%. We come in at 3.8%. So, and when you look at the projections that are contained in this, you'll see that even with even assuming some adverse conditions, which we might be seeing now, you would see that out through approximately 2031, you would see that our debt ratio in terms of affordability of maintaining debt would be fairly constant. So that means even with some of the adversities we've seen, it probably means that debt is affordable. This is also echoed, if you take a look, this should hold true even with revenue downturns, assuming no revenue growth between 2026 and 2031. We've already referenced Exhibit 2. This is also well below the 10% rule in terms of debt equity. If you take a look at page 4. On Exhibit 2, which is considered the rule of thumb. So basically, while we do have certain budget challenges, and that's true, nevertheless, our affordability as an ability to take on debt is something that we can do, or at least as far as the people who manage bonds believe we can do. So it would have, and also, please look, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 3, and that's going to be past the supporting documentation in Exhibit 2. And this indicates that as of last year, it appears as though we had approximately $374 million, were in general fund bonds currently authorized but unissued. Now, I don't know if this has changed since this time, but this was a letter to Mr. Michael Kane from the Legislative Budget Assistance, and this is from the Treasurer's Department from last year. So I'm assuming that all of this would need to be subject to re-verification, but it was the best information that I had at the time. The benefits, and I'll get into the challenges that this creates in a minute. The benefits of a bond is that they spread out debt over a long period of time. Bonds can also be drafted in such a way that they can be called or refinanced as needs and circumstances warrant, or as state finances allow. This also allows us to access large amounts of capital. And a byproduct of this is that if we are increasing our funding through this way, we can provide tax relief to local property taxpayers as it can be used to pay for schools without increasing or initiating new taxes. State residents also and institutional buyers can buy them. Local schools would, according to what we have in the bill, would have to submit documentation supporting their budgets, and borrowing can be reevaluated on an annual basis to determine then existing needs and addressing it accordingly. Now, there are a couple of issues here that do stand out. Bonds are issued ordinarily for revenue generating projects. But how does this issue fit squarely with RSA 9.8B? That's Exhibit 4. One of the questions is going to be whether or not the state can issue bonds, deposit money in the education trust fund. Okay, but is that for the state to operate its own operating expenses, or can it fund the internal operating expenses for local municipalities? The other question then arises within school budgets, whether or not we're actually talking about what constitutes an operating expense and what constitutes a different kind of expense, such as buildings and things like that, which may not necessarily be an operating expense. So this is something that I think we need to look at. When we look at Exhibit 5, which indicates that, let me get it here myself. Okay, so when we look at 5, we would be looking at also the adoption of an operating budget. And that would be in terms of debt management. So in other words, when you look at RSA 6C:1, then you're going to be looking at whether or not this constitutes tax-supported debt, because the related statutes are going to tell us that we're not allowed to generate more basically than tax-supported debt in a related statute. So these are some of the questions that are presented. The other things that I'm thinking of are two. Number one, it possibly could require a certain legislative fix. So, for example, it's possible that if the present statute doesn't allow for that, like 9.8, because if you look at the bill 1714, we talk about notwithstanding that statute. So if you look at it in terms of amending that statute to make it a legislative fix and bonds issue in accordance with that statute, I personally think you have something viable. The only other thing I would suggest is that New Hampshire is lucky because we can ask the state Supreme Court for an advisory opinion on these statutes because New Hampshire does not have a case or controversy requirement, unlike the federal government. So this may be something to look at. Parenthetically, when I was doing my research on this bill, I had spoken to people at the Capital Markets Division of Fidelity, and they had indicated that Capital Markets indicated to me late last year that this was something that they could support. I was advised by Capital Markets representation that Fidelity thought that based on New Hampshire's present situation, which was basically September 2025, thereabouts, that issuing a bond in the amount of $700 million would not pose a problem. Obviously, there are other agencies that need to be consulted. I'm aware of what this probably is in terms of an undertaking, but this is basically the sum and substance of it. Looking at the proposed piece of legislation itself, we've left a fair amount of ambiguity and flex in the proposal. And the reason I say that, so I'm making sure I've got it here. And the reason I say that is because this is going to be such bonds to be issued in an amount sufficient, but not greater than necessary to achieve the purposes of what the proposed piece of legislation would be. In addition to which, it's to assist with or aid the school, basically the state of New Hampshire, meeting any obligations. And this is without regard to the Conval decision. I am not taking a position on that any one way, shape, or form, nor am I asking this committee to take a position on it one way or the other. What I am suggesting is that we have a significant problem. We have heavy reliance on property taxes. Various other methods that we have tried have met with varying degrees of success. And I'm proposing this as a possible way of being able to do two things. A, meet obligations, and two, help taxpayers. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative McGuire and then Representative Pillsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question.
Sure.
On page 4 of your document, it is a list of state debt per capita.
Correct.
And so it shows New Hampshire as having the 30th most state debt per capita. Isn't that a better way to look at debt rather than the dollar amount that you talked about?
Well, actually, that can be measured in many ways. And what its impact is many ways. What I was talking about, and I understand it, that's a very good point. What I was talking about was looking at it in the overall picture in terms of states, looking at states ranking in total debt for every state government. So that was to my knowledge, valid as of October 25th, more or less, 2025. Then what I was looking at and answering your question is looking at the affordability index, because that would be a key metric in determining whether this piece of legislation ought to go forward. So looking at it as a debt ratio, okay, we are comfortably under what Moody's likes to write. So that being the case, and after having spoken with Fidelity, I was advised verbally by Fidelity that we can probably borrow at favorable rates. So that would mean that on a retail level, we can probably sell to institutional investors on terms that are favorable to New Hampshire. That's number one. Number two is that this can also be sold. Bonds can also be issued and sold to New Hampshire residents. The theory here is that we can do well by doing good. We can support our schools, and at the same time, various individuals in New Hampshire can also take pride in the fact that they can actually get a return on their investment.
Follow?
Pardon me?
May I follow it?
Quickly.
All right. Effectively, what you're asking us to do is bond operating expenses. So therefore, you want us to not pay today for all of our school expenses, and you want future taxpayers to pay for all of their school expenses, plus some of ours that we spent today. Is that really wise?
Well, if you think about a couple of things, is that these are policy decisions, and whether or not they're wise depends on a number of factors. New Hampshire has a traditional, in my experience in living here for more than 40 years, New Hampshire has a traditional aversion to state income taxes and broad-based state income taxes and state sales taxes. If we need to fund our schools, and if there is a heavily reliance on property taxes, and if it is driving people out of their homes, and if we can't agree on tax caps, all these ifs, and these are the policy decisions to be made, not by me, then that's where I'm coming from.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a two-part question, but just first part first.
Yes.
I'm looking for what the limiting factor is, and as you pointed out, you've included language in amounts sufficient to, but not greater than necessary to assist with or assure adequate funding. So in the fiscal note, the assumption has been made that this could be $1 billion a year. You used the figure 700 million, but what is the limiting factor in that phrase, assist with or assure? Is it
Well-
just up to 100%?
It's entirely possible, and that's going to be at the discretion, because as I understand it, it's going to have to go to the Executive Council and be signed off by the governor in terms of bond issues. So if we're going to have to do that, these are going to be inquiries that are going to have to be made. So I do not expect something like this to be passed in 2 minutes with absolutely no discussion or no further research. I don't claim to have any particular expertise in the issuance of bonds. I don't claim to have any particular expertise in the administration or development of budgets for the state. However, I present this as an opportunity for the state to look at it and as a possible vehicle to solve a number of our problems. Typically, bonds in this particular case could be issued for 5%, could be 20-year duration, which means that you wouldn't necessarily be funding it this way. And number one. Number two is that economic cycles go up and down. So there may come a point where we don't need to issue bonds. There may come a point where we can retire a bond early. And so that would be, so when a bond is designed, you put in the call features, or you can even refinance the existing bonds if you need to, because your situations are favorable. You can take advantage of lower interest rates. Obviously, I don't have a crystal ball and I can't predict the future. But however, I do look at the information that was provided in front of me by Proc. And so I look at that, and they've projected this out to 2031. And the supporting documentation is in your handout.
Follow up?
Thank you. So as I'm understanding, essentially there isn't a limitation in the bill, and if it was passed, we would be relying on the judgment of the governor and council to exercise prudence. But let's just say that they go ahead and they bond some significant amount towards the current year's operating education aid. So you've said that this is an amount of debt that we can handle, and I think you meant if we did it once.
Right.
But what would limit that in terms of compounding the problem by making it an annual practice
Well-
and just piling it?
Okay, well, what would limit it would be basically economic factors. And they are so many and so varied, it would be difficult to quantify. And so the decisions would have to be made going forward. We would have to look at our state of affairs and say, where are we? We would have to look at it and say, what's the health of our economy? We would have to look at it and say, do we need the bonds now? We would have to look at it and say, can we fund this from our own revenue, and so we no longer need a bond? So, for example, all right, for want of a better example, let's take a look at something like building a bridge, okay, or maintaining highways, okay? We put up tolls. We may have issued bonds to be able to build highways, okay? And we decided at some point in time, we no longer need the tolls. And so what happened to our toll booths? They're gone. Some roads don't have tolls anymore. Things like that. So there are so many variables, and I respect the question, but I just can't answer it with the degree of precision. Okay, so we can go from, if we have a lean year, we may need to issue a bond. If the projections are we're going to have leaner years for the future and we need bonds, we can do it. If, for example, there are independent variables that come in and they're favorable, we may not need bonds at all. We may not need as much of a bond. I hope I'm answering your question.
Representative Luno, do you have a question?
So thanks very much for bringing this in, and you know, I think it's in the appropriate place because of the Education Funding Committee, but also I think we've got several members from Finance Committee who are going to look at this type of thing in the larger context.
Sure.
And I was wondering to what extent you've considered this in the larger context too, because just sort of just sort of reviewing the bidding here, what I saw in the news this morning was that the state is potentially facing another $1.4 billion, I think it could be more, in Sununu Center YDC settlements. Obviously, you know, something that comes before this committee quite frequently is school building aid, and I think we're $250 million, backlogged in based on last year's school building aid applications. We've got a 10-year highway plan, which is already $500 million over budget. So, it's I guess right at $1 billion right now. And then we've got the Conval and Rand decisions on schools, which could require, just with those decisions alone, require an additional $600-ish million a year in funding. So having looked at where this fits in to that broader picture, is this the type of solution that you feel, you know, could help to remedy all of it, or where do you feel?
All right, well, all of it or a part of it. I'm not representing this to be a panacea. I think that would be foolish. What I am suggesting here is that you make a good point. First, let's look at YDC. Now, if we're talking about YDC, are we also, Representative Luno, talking about a court case and damages for YDC?
I mean, I believe those,
Yeah.
some of them could be settlements, some of them are court cases.
Right. So in other words, what we're talking about.
Come to an abrupt halt.
Exactly.
Given what was in the budget.
Exactly. So what we're talking about is an independent intervening variable. Okay. How many, what happened in YDC, from my limited knowledge of it, obviously is awful. That's something that that's something that the legislature has to consider. But once again, if we go back to Pratt, which I believe is the advising agency, at Prague is the advising agency, and they projected out last year, okay, even adverse effects, and I'm not so sure with the supporting documentation you can go much past 2031, and this report was last year. So it can assist with or assure. So the amount, in an amount that's sufficient but not greater than necessary. And those key operating words, I think, are extremely important. You can assist, you can assure, assist, or assure, and in amounts that are prudent. And that's going to be a decision made by people other than me.
Thank you. Should we not, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Representative Luno just mentioned school building aid, and I had previously mentioned it a second ago earlier to Representative Spilsbury beside me. In 2008, when I came on board here, we had a bonded debt for school building aid in excess of $540 million. We won't have that paid off until 2041. We are living past mistakes. Is this compiling where we have been and saying, hey, you didn't learn from that prior debt that you're still paying off today?
Well, I'm thinking that's a very good point and a very good question. We've apparently done a very good job of managing our debt. So when you look at Prague and you see our affordability ratios, and to the legislators, I commend it. We have the only state with the New Hampshire advantage. We don't have a state income tax. We don't have a state sales tax. So look at how other jurisdictions fund their schools. Okay, we don't have that. By comparison, New York City, for example, we just have we heard of a new mayor election in New York City. Does anybody know what their operating budget in New York City alone is with 8.5 million people? $116 billion. That's an astounding amount of money for 8,400,000 people. We are not anywhere near that. So in terms of a mistake, is it a mistake to go into debt? Not if it's prudent. And basically the facts.
So I do have a follow-up on that.
Sure.
The consequences to what we did years and years ago, we are able by statute to fund up to $50 million for new construction or renovation projects each year for building aid.
Right.
However, of that $50 million, approximately half of that is used to pay off debt. So now what we've done is we've limited our ability to really raise money for the construction that's needed in the schools today. So there are severe consequences that we're encountering due to the way we handed free money out, borrowed from our Visa card to pay off our MasterCard. And I am very leery of going that route again.
Okay. Well, I respectfully suggest, sir, that times have changed. Our school budgeting has changed. The demands that our populace is making on our state are certainly higher. I'm proposing this as a possible opportunity to be examined, sir.
Representative Bricky?
So, looking at all your exhibits, thank you very much for
Sure.
numbering them and walking us through them. Would you, it appears to me, our problem is not a debt problem. Is that what our exhibits are
Right.
telling us?
Right.
Would you say maybe our problem is a revenue problem?
Well, it's going to either be, it can't either or. If your demand for revenue is here, basically, if your budgets are here and your expenses are here, obviously you either need to control your expenses or you need to increase your revenue, or you can engage in prudent borrowing. And the whole idea of this is that I'm recommending that the committee look at whether or not we can prudently borrow it and do so safely. Prague, I think the indicators here are that it can be done safely with the foreseeable events, not respectfully understanding what Representative Luno was pointing out. They saw nothing there. If there's something that obviously has come up that would be a snag, that wouldn't be for me to say.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows, and then I'm going to try to cut this off because we're going beyond. And I don't know, are there any other folks out here that have pink cards for this? I don't have any pink cards up here. Okay, so I also need a pink card from the representative.
I have it right here.
Okay, Representative Fellows.
Thank you. So when I look at this, I'm thinking that this is really kind of something that we have in our toolbox in an emergency situation when there's not enough revenue available because maybe we go into a recession again. And that I think this is, I hope that we learned a lesson from the building aid situation, because that problem was caused by legislative action, putting in two formulas for building aid and telling schools that they could use whichever one worked best for them. And then the environment was right for a lot of schools to apply for it. That was the legislative fault and not something, this would be a good reason to be more attentive to the consequences of some of the laws that we pass. So I'm not concerned about the amount, because I don't think we would ever want to try to borrow $1 million. I think it would be something less than that.
$1 billion.
Billions.
Billions, yeah.
Yeah. So my question, though, given that, is I'm not sure the purpose of having the school districts submit their budget to the state? Because I would think that we would have some kind of adequacy aid formula, and that's what we're not able to fund.
Okay. Well, if we're not able to fund an adequacy aid formula, I understand that. The purpose for what they're submitting their documentation would be to be able to arrive at an amount which will assure or assist with getting an adequate education, because you're obviously going to need some basis by which I would not want to wake up in the morning and say, well, how much do we need to fund? And then say, well, maybe this, maybe that. We're going to need the underlying facts and figures to be able to do it and arrive at a correct number. Hence the request for documentation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing. And could you please send, forward up your pink card?
Yes,
Are
sir.
there any other folks out there that'd like to speak on this bill? Not seeing any. Thank you very much again.
Okay, thank you. I
Now
appreciate your
close the
time, sir.
hearing on
Thank you.
1714. Okay. I gotta go present this quickly and get it over with. Yep. Gotcha. Okay, that goes that way. That goes that way. Do you have his name? Huh? Do you have his name? Oh, man.
All right, I'm opening the hearing on HB 1826 and welcoming Representative Ladd, the prime sponsor, to introduce it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Funding Committee. I'm here today to introduce 1826 relative to the cost of the opportunity for an adequate education. And to understand this bill in its total, one needs to look at 19840A colons 1 through 2 and possibly 3. This bill is a very simple bill in the fact that it's just identified numbers which are appropriate, as I see it, for the base costs, for the differentiated aid, those three categories within. I've handed out a sheet to you which has my name at the top of it. And the second bullet down establishes the annual cost of providing adequacy as defined in this RSA 193E2A. That's where we find out what are the components of the base cost. That's defined in the substantive education content of an adequate education in 193E2A. There's 11 component areas there. Right from English language arts reading down through computer science. There are other sections of law which list optional services pursuant to RSA 189:49 that may be provided by the local school board. And some of these services that you'll see as optional services they're not listed up underneath the definition, the content areas of an adequate education. So in looking at the 19840A:1, And going down through Roman 2 of that, not Roman 1 and 2, we are talking about what are the components of and what are we going to cost them out at for the base costs to provide the adequate education. There, in the second sheet that I handed out, we did this back in 2008. And there was a formula put together by a study committee, a joint legislative committee, for the study of the costing of an opportunity for an adequate education. And they came out with these component items: teachers, principal, administrative assistant, guidance counselor, library media specialist. And then goes on to the backside of the second sheet and lists the technology coordinator, custodian, instructional materials, technology, teacher professional development, facilities operation and maintenance, transportation. And it came up with a cost that is your base cost, and it's called the universal cost. And what we are in FY26 year, we're at a cost of $4,266. I am suggesting and recommending that the cost amount for FY28 be that which we have right now based upon an increase associated with our COLA of 2%. And that equates to $4,438 per pupil in the ADMR, plus differentiated aid as follows. And it's not the response, there are some that say the state has responsibility first and last dollar spent on education. That's not so. The responsibility for providing the opportunity for an adequate education is a shared responsibility. Curriculum and instruction becomes that of the local school district. And if a district chooses to go beyond that and to change some of the figures and facts that we have within the sheet, which was developed by the Estabrook Group back in 2008, we know that the ratio, K through 2 ratio, teaching ratio to students is 1 to 25. And we know that for grades 3 through 12, it was set at 1 to 30. And we know that through Education Rule 306, it's recommended that drops down to 1 to 20 and 1 to 25. Those agreements that are made at the local district identify how they're going to fund and support labor. Some districts adopted to go to a ratio of 14 to 1. That's not on the state. That's a local decision made there at the local school district. So I believe in looking at these figures right here, it is fair, and the base would be $4,438. Looking at the additional costs which we have for areas of F&R, for the special education and the English language learners, the English language learners and the F&R has not changed beyond the 2%. What I have done, however, is increase the additional amount of money for the student that has a IEP or is in special education. And that is reflected and based from the third sheet or so down in the packet I gave you, using the average IEP caseload to determine special education differentiated aid pupil, the average cost per pupil. And we passed this bill from education funding the previous year. It went on to finance, and this portion, this amount of $3,203 was approved by the House. Unfortunately, our friends on the other side of the wall rejected it and moved back to the current way it's done. I am reasserting that into our budget request that the amount for the special education be up to $3,203 per pupil starting out in FY28. The issue that we need to address is we have the content areas very well spelled out, and we recognize there's additional monies needed to support these areas of differentiated aid. One of the issues that I've always been concerned about, and so it reflects in the commission report that came out in 2020. This money is not targeted. It's not used for special education. It's used for whatever one wants and in the districts. And I think that is part of the flaw that we have in education today, that we're not holding folks accountable for the dollars which are being allocated for these three differentiated areas. So with that, there's no more said in this particular bill than these four amounts projected for the creation of the budget in FY '28. I also included, and I'm not going to go through it, a sampling of state required subjects for public K through 12 education throughout various states in the country. You can see there's some states where the content areas are significantly shrunk from what we do with those 11 areas. There's others which really add on to it, and there's many that duplicate or replicate what we're doing here in New Hampshire. I think what we have done in New Hampshire, and that's a fluid way of changing things too. We did it by adding in the financial literacy, which I talked to a student today that came, not today, but yesterday, that's a college graduate, and I asked her what she felt was one of the most important things that we did in the policy side on this. She said, we need more help with personal finance literacy. We're coming out, we don't understand debt, we don't understand interest, we don't understand Visa cards, we don't understand any of this. We may think it all grows on trees. So at any rate, I'm done with the presentation here. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Ladd, for bringing this forward. And certainly any sort of improvement to the education funding formula is an improvement. But my question to you really goes to what you're using as a framework through the adequacy policy components to define what that base cost is. And I guess, given the fact that it was done in 2008 and updated in 2018, and certainly many people have reflected on this adequacy policy component framework to what actually goes on in schools. I was wondering if maybe you think there might be an opportunity before we get to the various base costs and differentiated costs to look at that policy component framework and maybe update it based on I mean you talked about in K2 having one teacher for 25 and in 3 to 12 1 to 30, but you've got a salary of $42,000 a year where I think the average salary in New Hampshire is like $20,000 higher than that. And when we pick things like low salaries, that may tend to skew the opportunities to districts that are not well resourced, let's say. So that would be one thing. But my question is, do you see an opportunity as we take a look today at numerous school funding bills to look at this framework and see where the shortcomings are, update the framework, and then see how that may drive the adequacy funding formula?
Thank you very much, Representative Luno. And it's good to see that you're talking about inputs. I
Certainly
think we're
got
there.
questions on outputs.
Yeah, yeah. And performance and accountability is definitely important. To address several questions you have here, yes, this formula was put together back in 2008, and we have not really changed the components or those elements that are considered part of the base cost since I've been here. Now, there are some changes which have definitely gone on in our society, in our education, in our families, in our homes, and I believe we have several other bills. In fact, you've had a bill in this previous year. I had another one this year where we're looking at the other section of statute, which is not the statute which I'm dealing with here. We have another section of statute which addresses those resource elements, those components of base cost. And there have been the questions. Is the use of a school nurse, for example, the same now as it was back in 2008? It's a question that should be asked. It's a question that this committee probably, it's more policy, but it's also directly related to funding. And I think all these questions need to be addressed. This is why I have put another bill in, which is going to be looking at those resource elements. In terms of the base cost here, we're not talking about the average teacher salary in the state right now, because that's all negotiated locally. We know that the initial starting salary of a teacher can be anywhere in the state from $35,000 up to as high as close to $60,000, depending upon the district that you're landing in. This has used the cost of $42,560. That's the average of the minimum salary. That's the average of the minimum salary that's been negotiated in this state. We looked at all the negotiated contracts and came with that average, sort of might call it the beginning start salary, and then added the 33% in for the benefits. And so the actual cost of that teacher would be $56,605. That's part of the formula. All this can be adjusted. We also recognize that this Department of Education is saying we prefer that you have a lower ratio than 30-to-1 K-3 through 12. I've always been an advocate that I don't consider grade 3 in the same boat as I do grade 10. I agree that it's probably more elementary oriented towards the grades K through 2 and belongs down there. Or as the intermediate schools were once called, grades 4, 5, and 6. We can look at this formula and address it. In terms of our responsibility here as a funding committee, however, I'm using this part right here. I'd love to see the policy committee coming up with some recommendations in terms of all these folks and all these needs. You notice there are some needs too that appear under the optional services, but were put in this formula back in 2008. Operations of the building, maintenance, transportation. We also oftentimes hear that transportation is not, see it in the DOE 25 form as tuition and transportation as a separate accounting area. So in conclusion, on answering your question, I think, yes, there is room for discussion. I think there's room for upgrading. I also think there's a definite need at the Department of Education to ensure that we break out, when we're doing our audits, that we break out the actual costs for adequacy from other expenses that are being approved locally, which are not part of adequacy.
Quick follow-up, very quick.
Very quick.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Representative Ladd, just wanted to clarify, when you talked about the education, when you talked about the policy committee, you were referring to this committee, correct? With respect to the definition of the framework.
We have the ability to address policy associated with funding, but there is another committee
I just wanted to be
which
clear.
has
Yeah.
a responsibility for looking at policy. And when we talk about curriculum and instruction and what's necessary in a classroom today, we're starting to get into the bailiwick of that other committee. However, when it comes to the costing of this, so I guess we have a backdoor entry to it, and we can get involved. We should get involved.
Yeah, just to be very
I
specific. that you're
think
talking
it
about
is clear. Both
the
committees have been, yeah,
It would be subject to this committee's review.
Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah. Representative Burton.
Just a quick question. Thank you for taking.
Could I also just, for the sake of anybody who may be watching the video, we have the wrong bill number up on the table. And this is a hearing for 1826. Do you have that over here? Okay.
Thank you,
Pardon me.
Representative, for taking my question. I'm sort of new to this, but I read the Conville case in depth, and I was really surprised by the detail that he used to arrive at the number he had, which was 7,000 something per.
$7,356.01.
And why not work from his decision instead of a 2008 document.
Representative Burton, I don't want to get into the larger picture, which is responsibility of what? The judiciary or the legislature? I was glad to hear Representative Luno talking about inputs. I have not seen any inputs associated with $7,356.01.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows and Bricky next.
Thank you. I'm looking at the cost table that you put together and the salary for the teacher at 42,000, and then it's divided by either 25 or 30. I'm just wondering how explain to me why. Well, let me just put it this way. If a district has 35 students in each of the elementary grades, they're not going to get the full amount that you're of a salary, even the minimum salary, by this strategy that you're using, because they're going to have 2 classrooms because they have 35 kids and that's over the maximum allowed. So they're only going to get about half of what they need to fund a teacher in each of those classrooms.
State adequacy doesn't come down by grade level. It comes down by school district and school district. And when it's allocated out as a prior school principal, I knew there were some times I had 40 kids or 35 kids at a grade level. Usually it was much more than that, usually like 85, 90 at a grade level. Then you have to make the decision, are you going to have a combination classroom? How are you going to structure your school? How are you going to utilize your staff? And that is organizing your staff is an administrative responsibility at the school district level and the school level. You are funded based upon X number of students that are in that school district. It's up to then the school administrators in that district and principals from that district to ensure that the money is placed where it needs to be best placed. And if you want to have 20-1 or 12-1, you've made a decision that you're going to have to cough up more than what is coming through adequacy.
Representative Bricky.
So I am looking at the fiscal note, and so this would actually be in the fiscal year 28 would actually be less money for school districts, given that the base would be $1 less than what the current law says, and free and reduced is $49 less than what the current law states. It does have an increase for special ed, but given that the number of, am I in the right place? This one right here, right?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So is that, am I reading this correctly? That it would be less money?
No. If you're looking at differentiated aid and we're looking at increasing the special education, when we computed that with when we put in this biennium budget that we're in right now together, we saw that those costs would be approximately another $28 million. So that's going to be replicated, or is going to be now seen in the bill that I'm proposing, seeing that I've requested that we increase special education differentiated aid from a level where it has been this year to a level that is reflective of what was proposed by this body in the previous year. And so that will cost money there. All the other areas are taking the figures we have right now and adding the 2% COLA to each one of those.
But according to the fiscal note, it says that both the base and the free and reduced, the money per student will go down. That is correct, right?
Representative Bricky, we've received this fiscal note just this morning.
Oh, okay.
And So to
Okay,
assist Representative Ladd, my guess is we're talking about the same methodology. Minor discrepancy in math that resulted in a $1 difference. My guess is the difference on free and reduced is 1 year adjustment.
but it will go down.
I think this is the kind of thing that we get ironed out in committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, clarification, please. What's the date on the fiscal note you're referencing?
I think you have a person behind me, Mark. who will
January
be able to
12th.
Better help you on this.
We can call on Mr. Manganello in a minute. Yes?
So there's just one.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be quick and yeah, more technical work could be done. The bill goes into effect in fiscal year 28, but it's kind of using some 27 rates and some of the rates. There'd be some housekeeping work to be done on the rates to fully align them to current law essentially, or current trajectory, which Chairman's Ladd intent is just increase special ed. So there would be some housekeeping work to get those rates back on track.
So not inconsistent with the sponsor's intent.
Well, there's housekeeping work that needs to be done, but certainly raising special ed in the cost. But we're talking about minor dollars here, a few dollars here or there that would need to be cleaned up to get the bill back in line with current law.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions of our sponsor? Okay, thank you very much, Representative Ladd. I'm going to call Joseph Haas, who's asked to speak. Welcome to the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Joe Haas. I live in Gilmanton, and I also have a seasonal place in Bosquen. And I have a court case on this at the New Hampshire Supreme Court from Belknap County that I thought you'd like to hear about. Is because I did an Article 8 action, and I said I put my foot down that I don't want my brothers, who are the trustees of the family trust, to pay more money into the town on the school part, which is 70% on average. That's what Andrew Valinsky said over in May in his book signing in Claremont, that I'm just the beneficiary. And they said I had no standing, and I was told not to appeal again by Judge Amy Ignatius over in Ossipee, where I had my case transferred because I had the judge disqualified in Laconia. And that was on an appeal. I said, that I have rights too, but they said no. But I'm using Article 8. It's a general taxing thing. The town is saying, well, you're not the recipient of the tax. You had no standing. I said, well, I'm not the recipient, but I indirectly, the trust is being sucked dry by all this 70%. I figured it out, it's $4,500 a year that we're paying extra for the schools, which according to the Conval case, which I did read, there's 48 pages, page 28 of the 48 says that the state is solely responsible for this operating expense at the local level. So I appreciate what the Representative Ladd put in there on the money, which equals, I think it's $10,000 per pupil that you had back in 2024 that went to the Senate, but Jed Bradley killed it. It went into interim study, so-called, collecting dust. But anyways, that is not shared, it's solely. And that's my point. And the Supreme Court might issue a ruling saying, yes, that no, I asked for an injunction. I said, no more money from the from the town treasurer that was collected in property tax over to the SAU in 79. It's SAU 79. 100%, send it back. Give the money back to the people. And that's what Judge Galloway said in year 2000 on the SWIFT. But the SWIFT, statewide education property tax, was declared lawful with a 3-1 decision on the Rand case. I think it was Jim Bassett said, well, how can you call it a state tax? It's still taxed at the local level. But anyways, that's what I do over in Bosquen, on my own property that I own in my own name. I put the money that they want in my bank account under RSA 80:8. I offered them a distraint. I said, if you know what you're doing is legal or lawful, I should say not lawful. It's legal, but it's unlawful. Go for it. And they didn't go for it. And that's another case, court case. So one or two last things is on the Conval case, that I don't know what page it's on, but somebody did a study and they found out that the cheapest cost per pupil in the state, some town or city, is at $14,000 per student. So I put on my card, yes, I agree with this House bill, but please add some more money. And maybe up to the 14,000. And what was I getting at? Well, the Londonderry case is the other one. Londonderry, 2006, page 9 of 19 above the Roman numeral V. It says, no more downshifting. I said, it's simple. It was Lindsay Stepp. She lives in Holden, and she's the revenue commissioner. She had Samuel T. Green send these rates to these towns, and I met with him this past summer with Bruce Knorr. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right or not. And they never get down to brass tacks. Now there's Adam Denacor. He's been appointed and confirmed as the new director. And then James Vera, who was the chief of staff for Gordon MacDonald when he was Attorney General. Now he's the assistant. And I went to the, Betsy Patton, her chairmanship of the Assessing Standards Board. They have their annual meeting in Manchester. I went to that this past fall. I said, come on, you got to do something about this. They're putting together an update of the manual.
So, Mr. Haas, can you please address the bill itself? So, this is interesting history, but.
Okay, one last thing. The bill ought to be assigned, another bill ought to be commingled with this. Everybody say, well, what's the solution? You try to do a sales tax or income tax? They said, no. If everybody's tax comes down 70%, residential and business, then just go up on the business tax, the business profits tax, BBT, go up to approach or equal what they are now paying in local property tax to pay for this, and it'll be more distributed equally throughout the whole state. So this has got to be combined with something like that to be effective. I think that's what the Senate probably is looking for.
Okay, thank you. I understand your point of view.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Any questions of the witness? All righty, thank you very much, Mr. Haas.
Thank you.
I don't see any more pink cards unless there's somebody who wants to show hand. Okay, none. We're going to close the hearing on 1826.
Okay, we're ready to go ahead with this next bill. It's HB 1831, repealing the Education Trust Fund Targeted Aid Cap. Representative Cretion is the prime sponsor, and she is here ready to present the bill. Thank you.
Oops, I'm sorry. In the news, my name is Suzanne Cretion. In the newspaper, Union Leader, my name was printed as Teresa Cretion. Teresa Cretion is my mother. My mother passed away at the age of 43. And I believe that she is somewhere here and would be a person that would be supportive of this bill. And I take it as a sign from her that we need to move on with this. So my name is Suzanne Cretion, and I'm here to ask for support of HB 1831. I am passionate about the educational system in my community. I was a proud and dedicated teacher in the district for 31 years. I want to highlight things such as this disparity in per pupil funding, the unique needs of the student body, including the high rates of special education and English language learners, and the challenges posed by the existing tax cap and funding formulas. The emphasis on the impact of state budget decisions on local students, especially those from working poor families, resonates strongly and underscores the urgency of the situation. Underfunding disparities. There is a significant gap in per pupil funding, with Manchester receiving $17,733 compared to the state average of $21,545. The funding inadequacy is a primary concern for adequately supporting the student population. The needs exist because Manchester has a diverse student body, with 25% of students requiring special education services and 20% being English language learners. Additionally, 54% of students live close to living in poverty or are in poverty, which is substantially higher than the state average of 24%. The existing cap of 5,000 students, in my view, is unjustified, especially given that there are 12,000 students to educate in the district. This cap restricts the district's ability to meet the educational needs of all students. Recent cuts to the proposed school board budget by the mayor and aldermen to the tune of $8 million, even though their budget remained under Manchester's tax cap, and reductions in state support are seen as detrimental to the district's financial health and ability to provide quality education. The economic challenges emphasize the struggles of working poor families and their inability to keep up with economic burdens, making it essential to provide adequate educational resources. There were reductions of critical programs, cutbacks to programs that support college preparation, such as Gear Up and Educational Talent Search. These are highlighted as detrimental to student opportunities. The district is facing a financial emergency with depleted emergency funds and impending additional cuts. It risks the continuity of educational improvements Manchester is making and could affect property taxes, which we must avoid. We are appealing to state representatives to advocate for a more equitable funding formula and additional supports for the Manchester School District to help alleviate these challenges. These issues reflect a complex interplay of funding, student needs, and economic conditions that significantly affect the educational landscape of Manchester. That is what I have.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for presenting or for taking the questions and for taking the questions. The bill doesn't have a fiscal note, but based on our discussions, we know that probably the impact we are talking about over $10 million, right, a year. I just wanted to ask you a quick question. You just said that the emergency funds are depleted, right? I recall distinctly, because I was on the finance committee at the time, that in 2003, 2004, there was a massive increase in state funding to Manchester in particular. Do you know how come that after that huge increase in funding, they still don't have emergency funds?
Mr. Popovich Muller, I'm going to defer some of the question that you have to some of the people sitting behind me that would have a better idea of how to answer your question.
Got it. Thank you.
So I'm going to step back and allow them, because of time constraints, allow them to come up and speak. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Jen, pardon me?
Camille.
Yeah, I had a question for, so,
Oh, I didn't see your hand up. Okay.
did you have a question? Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So how many districts does this bill, would this bill affect right now?
It would affect the District of Manchester,
And no others?
no others.
Okay. Are there, and quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, as the present law imposes the cap where the district has 5,000 or more students, are there a lot of districts that fall into this potential category of having 5,000 or more students?
Well, Manchester, I believe Nashua, I mean, we are the two that have the most students, and to leave out 6,000 or 7,000 students from targeted aid when you're limiting it to 5,000 is, to me, just not just. It's unjustifiable. It's leaving out several thousands of students that are not going to be able to receive the targeted aid.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jen, are you reading in there? Line? How do you say your last name?
Camille.
Okay, thank you.
Like the first name, just it's got a lot of consonants in there.
Yeah.
Am I good?
You're good, Jen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the time to share our voice of support this in regard to HB 1831. This is an important moment for our district as we sit at nearly the bottom of the state for per pupil funding. We are fourth from the bottom, and I just want to note below us sits K-6 structures and K-8 structures. And in our district, we know that the proposed targeted aid cap of $3,750 per student per pupil would result in an estimated cost of just over $10.354 million of a cut to our budget for FY28. We are so proud that in the Manchester School District, which is the largest and most diverse district in the state of New Hampshire, a cut of this scope would pose a huge hit to our work on behalf of our students. I want to share a little bit about our work on behalf of our kids. Over the past 4 years, we've been building our foundation, which had been weakened from years of underfunding. We now have a vertically aligned curriculum, assessment cycles that link to data-driven dialogues, professional development geared to lifting learning in all of our classrooms. We have lowered our class sizes, as research would show us we can improve student-to-teacher contact, and this has never been more important as we are trying to improve attendance and graduation rates for our students. In addition, we have lifted our work in the areas of recruitment and retention and leveraged better contracts for our teachers. We want the best and brightest in our classrooms every day. And as a part of our foundation to our work to improve our learning environments to be 21st century learning structures. While we've been strengthening our foundation, we've also been efficient and effective in our management of funding. Last year alone, we cut $1 million from the district office so we could keep teachers in our classrooms while we faced a budget reduction to our board-approved tax cap compliant budget. We moved to systemize our leadership team so we can continue to drive toward improved student outcomes. When we look at our district and comparable districts and the City of Manchester operations, we are running a lean machine. I also want to make note that we have been working with the 306 rules, and we know that we will see a need for additional social studies teachers, for example, in our high schools, to meet the graduation requirements within the rules. With the 306 rules came no additional funding, so we've been looking at our structures and systems so we can meet this need. All of our work on building a high-performing district appears to be under stress with bills that look to decrease targeted aid, thus our overall budget. Manchester is doing great things, from the first in the state dual language immersion, a welcome center for those entering our public schools. We turned over a second or third student-built plane last week, and we are witnessing our students winning awards on the fields, in concerts and performing halls, and in our classrooms. We have much to be proud of, and we need your support of HB 1831 so we can continue our work on behalf of lifting learning for all of our learners in the Manchester School District. I want to thank you for your support.
Excuse me, hold on. Are you done? Are there any questions for Jen?
It is kind of a question.
Can you tell me what your position is?
Sure, I'm the superintendent of Manchester School District.
Thank you.
Representative Pop, that's fine. Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming and testifying. I appreciate it. I have to say that I thought I knew every bit of jargon there was, but can you tell me what systemize our leadership team means? Because I genuinely don't know.
Sure. So what we did is we looked to remove any type of duplication in efforts. So we put bodies into the right position. So at this point, we have 3 assistant superintendents, 1 for elementary and teaching and learning, 1 for middle school learning and student services, and the last for high school learning and operations.
Thank you. So just if I would say streamline, it would mean something reasonably similar.
Similar. We wanted to make sure we had the right people doing the right functions.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Fellows?
Yes, thank you. If you could just tell me a little more about your district, is the enrollment growing or decreasing? And what is your average class size?
Sure. So as we saw across the nation and across the state, our enrollment started to come down. However, what we've seen is it bump back up and it's starting to stabilize. Our class sizes right now, K to 4 sit at 20, 5 to 12 sits at 25, and labs at 24. In our high schools, we have a pretty good run rate right now with 3 out of the 4 of the high schools sitting at that number. Our middles are all sitting at the class size. And then we have some at the elementary who are tipping over into 22, 23 at this point.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
I can.
Further questions? Thank you very much,
Thank
Jim.
you.
Jim O'Connell?
Good morning, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here again. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jim O'Connell. I'm the Vice Chair of the Manchester Board of School Committee. And I'm here today. My remarks reflect the opinion of the Manchester Board of School Committee, which should be noted because often when I speak and other board members speak, we're speaking individually. And but in this case, with confidence, because the board has declared itself on this topic, it's the position of the Manchester Board of School Committee that we support this bill, and I'm grateful for the fact that the bill has been brought forward. There will be some other speakers. We have a couple of other speakers at least who will come and talk about perhaps some of the numbers, and I'm happy to do so too. But to me, I just think that there's at a very basic level that this previous action was regrettable. The Manchester School District taking $10 million from arguably the most vulnerable students in the state with the greatest educational need and the greatest challenges, and targeting that group in this state for this action it doesn't make a lot of sense, frankly, unless if one looks at it holistically. We know that Manchester right now is close to the least well-funded school district on a per capita basis in this state. We're number 4 actually, but if you look at the 3 towns below us, only one of them actually has a high school, and so there are particular reasons why they might be below us. But so I often use for the short form, out of the 160 school districts or whatever it may be, for all intensive purposes, we occupy that bottom space. And historically now, over the last decade, we've occupied that space because while other districts have moved in and out of the bottom, we have maintained our place in that bottom 1% of school districts. And that in the face of the fact that, as we all know, and I don't have to convince this committee of the nature of the educational needs of our students in the city of Manchester. So when I look at the challenges that continue to grow, our challenges for our special education population, it continues to grow up 4% again last year. This year, for this current year, starting in September. And so when we add like 140 additional special education students, what that actually means, oftentimes I know that as a management team and looking at things at a macro level, they're numbers and they're bigger numbers, but 140 students coming in needing services, some of those students, as you will well know, might have a cost associated with them. And I hate to put it in that sense, right? But their needs have a cost of $100,000, sometimes $250,000. If we were to average that 140 kids, just average and say, because of their special needs, the Manchester School District, required by law, is required to give them their services. If they were to average $50,000 per kid, right? 140 kids at 50,000. Our budget is under constraint. We haven't had the increases necessary to meet those needs. So, for instance, and the question from Representative Popovich regarding funding, the Manchester School District reserve funds are being eaten up. Like this current year, we're using $8 million of one-time funding from our trusts. That's not sustainable. We've done it now for 2 years in a row. Our reserve funds that we have built up very carefully over time, over the last decade or so, have gone from roughly $31 million to the end of this fiscal year, they'll be at $12 million. And in our special education trust fund, which is particularly vulnerable, we're going to end up at about $450,000. That represents the cost of 1, 2, or 3 students coming in our district. And as you also know, in schools generally, but in a school system as dynamic as Manchester's is, those students all don't show up on the first day of September. They show up every month of the year. The population's dynamic, it's fluid. And so let me just finish with this perhaps. When we look at the constraints and the limits that are on the budget in the state of New Hampshire for education, and we could re-argue and talk about the Conval case and the cases that have gone on before, clearly there is pressure. We could all agree it's your job that you do every day. There's pressure on scarce resources to be distributed for education in the state of New Hampshire. But it makes no sense as part of that constraint to to point at the place in the state where you can get the largest number in one place concentrated of children with great educational need, special needs, poverty, etc., and choose that as the place that you're going to take an extra $10 million, which is a huge amount of money. So, Mr. Chairman, I would have a lot more to say if we were sitting chatting about it. I think it's clear. Frankly, I respect you all in the work and the difficult work you have to do, but I have to tell you from my heart, I think this is a very simple decision because it is the consequences you will have to deal with. But supporting this bill and saying we're not going to go after the poorest and most needy population in the state would seem to me, with great respect, to be an easy decision, and I would appeal to you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Popovich and then Representative Luna.
Thank you, and I appreciate, and thank you for testifying and for taking questions. I appreciate you following up on my previous questions about the reserves. I thought I heard you say that you were up to about 31 million and you've been, using them over the last few years?
Yes.
Does that include the use of the financial reserves after getting the, previous budget cycle increase in state funding that still required you to use your reserves?
Yes, so the Manchester School District, yes, the answer is yes. The Manchester School District, since 2020, in the last 6 years, the average increase in funding for the Manchester School District on the city side has averaged 1.5% or under per year. And we've seen costs escalate at much larger than that. I mean, for instance, the year before last, the city of Manchester, our utility bill for oil and electricity went up by $970,000 in a year. So that's $1 million gone that we've no control over. It's just the cost of keeping the school warm and heated, etc. And also, Representative Popovich, we have in the city of Manchester, and Dr. Camille talked about looking at savings and opportunities to save. You know, we reduced 8 staff members from our district office in this current year. We have closed 2 schools in the last 5 years. So we're doing everything we can. If I could, Mr. Chairman, I would just say about the complexity of the school district, and you referred to it earlier when you were talking to the previous bill about the cost of education and what's included in it, and what's tightly bound to education in the classroom and that which is elsewhere. In the Manchester School District, we run transportation services, the largest in the state. We transport more passengers per day than Concord Bus do. We run more buses than Concord. We carry more passengers than United Airlines do out of Manchester Airport. You know, we have a 56-person driver pool with 5 managers. Managers is probably a strong word. 5 people managing that whole process, $16-17 million business. We have 65 nurses in our school district. That's full RNs required by law. Not there because we choose to have additional. We struggle to keep that complement and et cetera. But that's a significant medical services business that happens within the Manchester School District. Again, funded in the same way as pens, paper, and things in the classroom. So these costs are not under the control of the superintendent always. I mean, ultimately, we as the board pass the budget, but we have things like our special ed funding. We don't have control over that, and we can't control the cost of electricity, et cetera. What we can do is reduce spending, reduce costs, and find efficiencies. We're doing that every day. We're trying very hard to do that. We're being successful with that. I could talk to that piece, but there is no spare. And certainly we struggle for every $100,000, let alone $1 million, and $10 million is beyond the pale. So, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Luna?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for being here and taking the question. I know you've spent a lot of time with us in this committee over the years. How many years have you been on the school board?
So I was just honored to be re-elected for my 4th term, so I'm beginning year 7. Okay. I did spend, Representative Luno, about 10 years prior to that, very proudly working with an organization called Citizens for Manchester Schools, where I was honored to be the chair of that, and we worked very hard with previous mayors and then aldermen and school boards, working on issues around improving education outcomes in our schools. Mm-hmm. But so, 6 years going, this is year 7.
So thanks very much. And obviously that wasn't the main part of my question. I wanted to just sort of get that.
Well, we've had some fine people from Manchester working here. I had a clerk that I would say was exceptional. That's Barbara Shaw.
Oh, God bless her, yes. Yeah, Barbara Shaw, and she served as a public servant in the city of Manchester. Yeah. We have a park we named after her last year after she passed, actually.
She's a wonderful person. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So if I may, so with that amount of time on the school board and certainly being involved in various elements with the school and schools in Manchester, you've seen a lot of budgets.
Correct.
And you've been involved preparing a lot of budgets. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the considerations that go into your budget preparation, given the fact that Manchester does operate under a tax cap, and what $10 million would mean in terms of providing student services.
That's a 4-hour answer. I'll try to get to a minute or two. I don't want Mr. Ladd waving the gavel at me. So that's a huge question. I mean, everything. One of the things that we have done is we don't do rinse and repeat. So if we ever did it. But what we definitely don't do now is let's take what we did last year, add a percentage to it and say, well, that's the budget for there. That's the easy way of doing it. But then so we look at every item in the budget to see where we can find savings. Just in a small thing, but I think important. Maybe it was important to people on it as a school board itself. There's very little money spent. The school board doesn't have a budget. I think we have a $5,000 budget, which I think we don't use, but But we eliminated healthcare and benefits for the school board because my opinion at that time, supported by the rest of the board, was we have people like substitute teachers and others in our school district who, crossing guards and others who do not get benefits. And so we eliminated that, which amounted to some hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. We've automated processes. We've invested in programs that eliminate paperwork. So the school board eliminated all its own paperwork, but we've done a job also within the school district of eliminating duplication and paperwork. So one example would be our program of studies for our high schools used to be printed, and it was handed out and scattered throughout the 4 high schools, with going home in backpacks with kids, and so we digitized and modernized that. So now there's one curriculum for high school. It's one program of studies. So there's a lot of educational benefit to that for opportunity for kids across the city, etc. But it also had the benefit of eliminating the cost of printing, the cost of distribution, and etc. So the answer to your question is we look at every line item to see where we can find savings, because we're under long-term constraint with growing costs that we have that are not controllable. And I've spoken on the special education issue in particular because I'd like to be clear, and I've said this publicly, that I do not want to treat our special education students who require services as a cost. That it's not the right way to look at it. But for the purpose of this committee and what you do, there's escalating need with escalating costs, and if you look at that portion of the budget over time, it continues to grow and to grow. As an example, with your indulgence, special education in Manchester, transportation, we spend less than $4 million transporting thousands and thousands of kids to school. We spend another $14 to $15 million on special education transportation for McKinney-Vento, for kids who are in the foster care system, etc. That number has been growing exponentially out over the last 5 years, which eventually either this committee or our committee in Manchester or somebody will have to look at these costs, because ultimately the kids who are gifted and talented are kids who deserve educate. The money's being eaten out of that area. So I'm sorry, Mr. Ladd, if I'm taking too much of your day.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you. So my question was also financial. I was wondering if you can tell me that $10 million, what percentage of your total budget that represents, or just tell me the amount of your most recent total budget.
So I'll let someone behind me give you the exact number, and then I will answer your question in a second. The total number, when we add all funding from all sources, the free and reduced lunch and lunch funding and all that, but the answer to your question is around $180 million, and so it represents somewhere around 7 or 8%, 7%. You can do the math. And if I'm wrong in that, the people behind me will correct me, but I'm an order of magnitude numbers guy. When I'm looking at a spreadsheet, I do line by line, but for the purposes of thinking and talking about and communicating it, I don't let I think the big understanding is that's the order of magnitude of what it represents in our funding.
So just so I know for sure, that's your total with revenue from all sources, federal grants and everything? Is that?
So no. I think if we add in all sources, then it's close. I don't want to misspeak. So, and I'm not. I mean, there are people here who can answer. It's not like I don't want to answer you, Representative Fellows. I just want to throw a number out there that, because our number, there's a $250 million number, which would represent perhaps all funding from all sources, including Department of Agriculture and others. But I'm sorry, I don't have that right in front of me right now.
We don't expect you to be walking with all that stuff.
Thank you, Representative Ladd.
I'm sure that we can get a hold of that information for you, Representative.
And it's right behind me too, Mr. Ladd.
Okay, we have four I have other cards here from folks which are on the school, in the school district or on the board. And so I'd like to really start moving here, if we could, from the committee's perspective. And with the other people which are coming up, Jim O'Connell here has done a good job on communicating with us some of the financial stress that the district's going through right now. So if we can just try to, summarize some of our statements in the future. Yes, I see a hand waving over there. Several, 1, 2, 3. Are they questions right now?
Quick question.
Can they be asked to somebody else from the board that's going to come up?
He's,
He seems the most qualified, but I will go with you.
I don't know.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't know about that.
I can guarantee it's a very quick question.
Go ahead for a quick one, and then we got to move on here because we're really closing in on the end of this hearing.
I just, a year ago at this time, we were talking about special ed needs in Manchester, and a number, this was my first year, a number has haunted me since. Can you verify this? Last year at this time, you had a single student that was costing your district $2 million for tuition, 6 students that were costing $1 million each for the district, and then you had 20 that were costing the district $250 in special ed. Is that a correct number?
So I'm going to have my colleague answer the question because those are very precise numbers, and this is all very quotable, et cetera, and I would not want to mislead your committee. Those order of magnitude numbers are right, but before we leave in the next 5 minutes, I would expect you to get a direct answer to that question, Representative Mehigan. I do know that we often have students come before us who cost us. I know of families cost us. I hate using that term. I know of families who have received $2 million in benefits their students have in the Manchester School District. Whether one student has cost $2 million, again, are you talking about in 1 year or over time? Because a student who's getting 200,000, 250,000, which would be very ordinary over time, that over 10 years in the school district or 12, then that becomes millions.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I didn't get better. Thank you, Mr. Ladd. I appreciate it.
Julie Turner next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, committee representatives and Chairman Ladd, for hearing me this morning. My name is Julie Turner. I represent Ward 1 of the Manchester School Board, and I'm here today to ask for your support of HB 1831. I'm here today to offer you a snapshot of the students in Manchester. The Manchester School District educates approximately 12,000 students in grades pre-K through 12th grade, including students that go to parochial and charter schools. We have 25% of our students that are special education students compared to the state average of 19%. We have self-contained classrooms and programs that specifically address the needs of students that are on the autism spectrum disorder. Those students also, different students have emotional behavior disorders, intellectual disorders, and are deaf and hard of hearing students. And those are all separate self-contained classrooms across our district. We have 53% of our students that are considered economically disadvantaged. We have 5% of our students that are identified as homeless. We have 21% of our students that are identified as English language learners or multilingual learners. If you didn't know before today, you do now that Manchester educates many of the state's most vulnerable students. It's a home to some of our neediest populations who enrich our student body each and every day. They add to the diverse fabric of our 20 public schools. As a mom, a taxpayer, and a Manchester School Board member, I'm here today to add my voice to the many in stating that by shifting targeted aid in the state's formula, we are failing to serve our most vulnerable citizens by downshifting costs to local taxpayers. I urge you today to please support House Bill 1831 and repeal this cap. It's my understanding the purpose of the targeted aid from the state is that it's a specific form of funding allocated to school districts based on certain criteria, such as the number of students from low-income households. It is designed to give assistance to poverty-poor districts like Manchester and help close the financial gap between advantaged and disadvantaged districts. Manchester has a disproportionate number of students on free and reduced lunch, students who are multilingual learners, and special ed students compared to other districts around the state. We rely on your help from the state to offset the costs of educating these students who simply rely on more resources. By adding a cap, you're asking the Manchester taxpayers to pick up the bill and provide those educational services that are mandated by state and federal law. In case you missed it, the formula for the FY25 included an additional $2,346 per student that were receiving free and reduced lunch, an additional $2,142 per student for students with special education needs, an additional $816 per student that were considered English language learners. If this cap were put into place for targeted aid and Manchester is mandated to adequately educate those students and all students, then it does not take a financial expert to determine that those costs will be shifted down to our local taxpayers. I ask you today to support HB 1831 and explore other ways to balance the budget that are not at the cost of our most vulnerable students in the state. I respect your time and I thank you for your attention today.
Thank you. Do you have written testimony there that you could hand in so the clerk won't have to?
Of course.
Yeah, that just added to the docket here.
Not a
Thank
problem.
you. Are there any questions here for Julie? Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying. Very brief question.
Good morning.
You quoted 25% special education students. You are talking about just students with IEPs, not combining IEPs and 504s.
Correct.
So just IEPs.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Sean Parr?
Oh, geez, I forgot my hearing aids.
Thank you, Chair Ladd. Thank you to the committee for hearing us speak today. My name is Sean Parr. I'm a member of the Manchester's Board of School Committee, and I represent Ward 2, and I'm also the incoming chair of the Teaching and Learning Committee on the board. I'm not going to say all the things that I had planned because my colleagues have covered quite a bit of it there, but I do want to say that we do all support this bill in the Manchester Board of School Committee. Governor Kelly Ayotte, Mayor Jay Ruhe, and the Board of School Committee all agree that Manchester needs this funding and that it should be reinstated in the state budget. I think, the cap is arbitrary. It's an arbitrary cap. It only hurts Manchester. And why should our district be penalized simply because we have more students? Which of our 12,000 students should bear the brunt of this loss? The 25% who are special education students, that's 2,700 students. The 2,200 students who are multilingual learners, the 5,800 students who are students of color, or the 6,300 students who qualify for free and reduced meals. Who should bear the loss of those funds? Indeed, all 100% of our 12,000 students will bear the loss. The current cap essentially says that Manchester simply has too many students. We're too poor, we're too diverse, too in need. The cap says, too bad, Manchester, that's all you get. And that's profoundly unequal, unjust, unfair treatment. The cap discriminates against our district, and the financial impact will devastate our ability to meet the educational needs of our students. This is a nonpartisan issue. The cap is unethical. And I know that this committee has the capacity to see that the only reasonable, the only moral course of action is to pass HB 1831 and ensure fairer, more equal targeted aid to all districts in the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of the folks who are helping us understand this. I just want to verify that it's correct that Manchester was vulnerable to losing these funds for this current academic year, but fortunately, well, editorial comment, I think fortunately, it was restored in HB2 in a bipartisan effort to recognize the need. Is that correct?
It was restored for it was a year delay.
Right, for
so this will
year
impact
only.
FY28 is when the cap starts in the current law.
Thank you.
Further question, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, you talk about, and I tried writing down the phrase. I hope I got it. Which students should bear the brunt of this loss? And that struck me, and it struck a chord. I think that the New Hampshire courts have looked at before as well, and I'm not sure, Sean, if you're the right person to talk about it, or if you've got recollection of this, but seems to me that there was a case led by the Dover school district against the state many years ago where there was an arbitrary cap imposed on the state grant, and the court determined that cap was in fact not legitimate. And I was wondering, do you have background on that?
I don't have specific background on it. I did look up several things there, and I have seen caps like this be kind of called out for, singling out certain districts and certain schools and certain students. So that was probably behind some of the rhetoric of what I said there, for sure.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Fellows.
Yes, so the $10 million that we're talking about is related to not the technical cost of an adequate education. That's the $4,000 whatever per student, with the extra for free and reduced and for special ed. But we're talking about that the extraordinary needs grant and also the fiscal capacity grant.
Yes.
So do you think that it's appropriate to limit that extra money to just those communities, school districts that have relatively lower equalized valuation, which means kind of like tax capacity?
Right.
And, or do you think that the costs that you're trying to cover with some of that money should just be part of the cost of an adequate education?
Oh, for sure. It should be part of the cost of an adequate education. I think, our current funding system, there are a lot of problems with it. It's very much based on zip code. I think Representative Luno did great work with the commission, with the Carney Institute, in thinking about a new way of funding education in the state that actually wouldn't cost the state more money there and would really revolutionize the equitability of funding throughout the state there. I think there are a lot of ways that funding could be revised in a fairer way in New Hampshire. Obviously I have to be here to represent Manchester because that's where I am. My kids are in Manchester, and I need to support this bill because it's such a drastic effect on our specific district, and it's an easy fix, in other words. But I think that the system itself could be revised very strongly, and I think the courts have said that too. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other questions. I'd like to call forward Jason Bonilla.
Hello, it's Bonilla. So, hola y buenos dias. Good morning, Chairman Ladd and honorable members of the committee. My name is Jason Bonilla. I reside in Manchester. I served my country with AmeriCorps for 2 years. I was a previous school board member for 4 years, and now recently elected alderman representing Ward 5, the heart of Manchester. I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 1831, so that Manchester receives the targeted aid. So I came here because, look, you can't target the biggest city in the state and the most diverse city and think that we wouldn't show up. You've heard from previous statements, and I won't be repetitive, from previous statements that we serve over 12,000 plus students in the Queen City and vulnerable populations that we serve. Families from these populations, right, as we all know, or maybe we don't know, move to the city across the state to Manchester. We as a city are providing these critical services that the state has not provided. To me, the taxpayers in Manchester are supporting the state in general. Specialized transportation costs money. Dual language immersion costs money. Feeding our children costs money, recognizing several failed attempts to feed our children. Transporting our children in general costs money. Hiring and retaining our teachers costs money. The district also provides specialized services to non-public schools in the city. They do a lot. So when I read a group of legislators wanting to cap aid to the district that moves mountains to support our families and children statewide, you better believe you'll see us here. A $10 million cut is a huge disservice to our community. Yesterday was Dr. King's Day, and he said injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So I urge you all to support House Bill 1831. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person I have here is Rollbleem, or am I getting right? The last name's Bleaam.
BLEAU probably. Roger Blow.
Oh, okay, there's no R on
My
here, but
handwriting's terrible. I should have been a doctor.
you need more Zahner Bloser handwriting, or the Palmer method, either one.
In fourth grade, I had to stay after school for handwriting. It didn't do much good. Anyway, I thank you for having this. I really appreciate this. This is really democracy when you let us talk and give our opinion. And you know, in that movie, Jerry Maguire, Cuba Gooding Jr. said, "Show me the money." Right? And we learned all our life, you know, put your money where your mouth is. To me, children are the best priority, and they need money. Now, unfortunately, the administration that we have now, the federal administration, has cut $6 billion nationwide for education while funding ICE with $75 billion. So to me, that's not good priority as far as I'm concerned. And I see where both Republicans and Democrats in the state have fought to reinstate a lot of the federal cuts that were given to us. And I think that's good. So I think you guys can do the same thing here for this. And like Sean Parr said, why do an arbitrary thing of over 5,000 kids? Why didn't you cut if a district only has 200 kids? Cut that. You know what I mean? It's so arbitrary and unnecessary. My three kids graduated from Manchester Public Schools. They all have college degrees. My three grandchildren graduated from Manchester Public Schools. One of them has a college degree. One of them's a senior at Wellesley, and the other one's a freshman at UMass. So the education was fine. I love the diversity. My grandchildren and my children are open-minded to everybody. They respect everybody like I do. So that impresses me. That's why I love the Manchester School District. Also, the teachers are really good. They give all they can. Especially one of my grandchildren had moved from New York State and felt uncomfortable in the 5th grade at Webster School. The teacher there nurtured her so well that she turned well. So, I mean, schools are important, teachers are important, and funding them is important. So I would be very disappointed if this bill goes through to hurt all the kids in Manchester. And I know the district attitude is really good. They love the kids, and I just want that support. So please support this bill to keep the $10 million for the city of Manchester. I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Roger. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Leno.
So thanks very much, Roger, and this is just a comment. And thank you for giving us a very personal insight into your experience with the Manchester.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Megan Tuttle?
Good morning, Chairman Ladd. I think it's still morning, maybe afternoon.
Megan, you're right on.
Right on time. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle. I'm president for NEA New Hampshire. We represent about 17,000 educators across the state, including teachers and all forms of ESP, education support professionals. I will make this very quick because a lot of what I was going to say has already been said. We're here in support of this bill, and I think everything that we wanted to say was already said by the superintendent, the aldermen, and the school board members of Manchester that showed up.
Thank you very much. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
You made your point, though. Thank you very much. Mark, do you have anything from the department? You handed a card in.
Mark Manganello, Bureau of School Finance, Department of Education. If we look at the fiscal year 27 data, the impact, this would cost around $10 million to implement, to not repeal the targeted aid cap. It goes into effect in fiscal year 28. So if Manchester have sort of typical average enrollment decline, typical average property growth, and their poverty ratio stays the same, the cost would be for fiscal year 28 probably closer to $9 million. So that would be the impact of this bill, the fiscal notes going through the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there questions for the department? Not seeing any. Thank you. And the last card is Zach Sheehan.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Sheehan. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. I will also keep this brief since many of the speakers before me have really covered this. We are in support of HB 1831 and just wanted to kind of pull out again out of kind of the specific impacts to Manchester, which have been well documented from the previous speakers, and more of a state level policy question, which is the cap that is in law is intentionally and only targets one school district. I mean, they had the data last year when the state budget was being crafted. It was pretty clear that the only district that would qualify under this 5,000 student cap was Manchester. And so I think from a policy question also, from our perspective, we don't think that putting in specific caps into the state budget that only single out and target individual school districts is really something we should be putting into the education funding formula, let alone all the other parameters that we often talk about and that we come and advocate on. So we're in favor of moving this bill forward and repealing this cap, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. What we're going to do now is we're going to close this hearing down, and we have one bill that's scheduled for this morning, and we should be able to take care of this real quickly here, seeing that the bill was actually taken care of in the last session. So HB 1104 is up now. It's modifying the priority of applications for school building aid grants, and Representative Hill is here to present the bill.
Good morning, committee. For the record, I am Representative Greg Hill. I cover the town of Northfield. I'm here to tell you that this House Bill 1104, you can do with what you will, because we took care of the prioritization of building aid applications with the retained bill, House Bill 366, that is now residing in the Senate Finance. So there's no need for me to do anything on building aid prioritization with this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Hill. Are there any questions from the committee?
I don't think I'll take questions. Thank you, though.
Yeah, obviously, we took care of the bill. That's over in the Senate now. So are there any pink cards for 1104? Thank you very much. So we're going to close this hearing on 1104, and we're going to break for lunch.
Yeah, I knew we had Bill right there. We weren't going to do anything. No, I know.
Okay. Is our sponsor circling into position? Okay. It's 1:15. We're going to resume a little late. Apologies for that. And we're going to begin this afternoon with HB 1827 and Representative Ladd.
Oh, he's got his pink card. That's good.
Of the Education Funding Committee. I'm here today to present HB 1827. This bill establishes a grant program to support school district extraordinary needs and fiscal capacity disparities relative to providing an adequate education. It doesn't change what we have in terms of extraordinary needs or fiscal capacity disparity aid at this point in time. What it does do, though, is if you look at the bill on the first page there, and you go down to lines 9 through roughly 13, a school district receiving grant award funds pursuant to 19840F and 40G, that's we're talking about those two grants on the right-hand side of the column, shall submit to the Department of Education a plan identifying essential programs and accountability indicators considering educational needs, at what grade levels grant funds will be used. Grant accountability plans shall demonstrate instructional and curriculum approaches designed to contribute to academic achievement and growth. Right now, the funds which are provided through the grant programs which we do provide in our education formula, there's no accountability at all. And the districts receive this money and it's used as they suppose they want to use it. If you look at the other sheet that I passed out to you just recently, you may have that in front of you. I've given you the final report, not the whole report because it was a longer report, but just one section and one recommendation that came out of this funding report. And that is a result of the bill which we had, HB 356, back in 2018. There was a committee put together which involved Representative Umberger, Cordelli, Grenier, and myself, and Leishman, Myler, Weiler, and Birdsall, Senator Birdsall. We came up with recommendations, 5 or so. One of those recommendations was Roman 3, to enact a grant program designed to provide additional funds to school districts in communities with below average property values per pupil. And the grants basically became the Extraordinary Needs Grant. That's where we developed this whole concept of getting the support to those communities where the equalized property valuation is weak, and they had a lot of students which were qualifying for it. And the scale was a sliding scale, which we sort of have today as well. What the program did, though, it required that a specific, you receive this grant, then you have to have an identified plan, curriculum and instruction-wise, how are you going to use these monies? This bill that I have today basically takes the language which was in that report and just moves it over into HB 1827. The school district shall annually use a statewide assessment or in consultation with the department, develop and administer its own standardized accountability grant assessment that identifies a range of learning of the students that are receiving the monies and how this money is being used. It does give the commissioner, if these reports aren't submitted back to the department, the ability to withhold the money. So that in a nutshell is what this is about, and where it came from is back from that working committee which we had back in 2018. You have a copy of it. I'm not going to go down and look at, go through all those areas, but I did put on the side of the sheet I handed out to you from the Umberger study the page number and the line numbers, and that correlates to the bill 1827 that you have here in front of you today. So I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Everyone's still digesting it. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So isn't the purpose of the extraordinary needs grant, I mean, this fiscal capacity grant that we give, it's simply because in a certain place, there's a lot of taxable property, and in another place, there isn't, right? And so we're trying to smooth out the bumps, sort of, in terms of what towns and school districts have to draw on. And so you're asking here for them to provide all kinds of documentation of how they're using these grants, but in reality, it's just to fund their normal school expenses, isn't it?
We had that discussion back there on the Hamburger Task Force, and I took the position you did just now. But I haven't seen the money now showing us that any achievement scores are increasing or growth is occurring. It's pretty much flat or not getting better in terms of our mathematics. So how is this money being used? Is there any accountability for the dollars that we send out? That's what I'm asking the question. Where is accountability? Is the answer to this, and the state of Mississippi found just the opposite, throwing more money is not the answer. The answer is to have standards, to teach the basics, to have accountability. And now their scores in that state are at the top of the nation, where they used to be at the bottom of the nation. There's an article in the Wall Street Journal about that 1 week ago. So I'm of the feeling that we can make a lot of improvement in this state, and it's not necessarily going to be a result of throwing more money at the business of education. I think it's the key to the success is that it's used properly and there's accountability for the monies you use. We know that there's some situations where reports are not provided to the Department of Education. I know it in terms of my own school district, where the IBAS report was never submitted. Input-based accountability system. Nothing was submitted. And what could the commissioner do? Nothing, because nothing's in the law allowing the commissioner to withhold money. I believe before we start going to that extreme, let's find out what the money's being used for. That's all I'm asking.
Representative Ames.
Good afternoon. I actually have a couple of questions. The first is just interpretation or application of this idea. On page 1, the line starts at line 13. You have initial grant awards shall be approved by the department and awarded for a 5-year time frame. We're talking about a grant or a flow of funds, whatever, that is year to year based on eligibility to receive them, which has nothing to do with performance. It just has to do, at least right now, with the property wealth of the town and the number of pupils served. I think that's basically what it is. The assessed value divided by numbers of pupils for the extraordinary need grant anyway, which is a year-to-year thing. And as you know, those numbers can change rapidly and unpredictably. So how can we have have these school districts go through this exercise that they'd be required to go through for a grant that might disappear a year later?
The language which I have there, you see it just echoed right out of the task force report. It was, if you look at that sheet right there, underneath item B on the middle of the page there, grant plan, the last sentence there says initial grant awards will be approved by the department and awarded for a 5-year time frame with no adjustments. The grant that was put, the grant program which is put forward by the individual school district would be good for 5 years. Now, I'm not talking about the monies which come down to them, but if they're saying we're going to be using this for remedial reading, or we're going to be using this for the teaching and learning of mathematics skills and knowledge, and you had some specific objectives and goals, and you have a way of assessing that, then that grant, that application would be good for the 5-year time frame. You would not have to reapply every year or every biennium. The money is awarded by way of the state.
Yes, follow-up?
It's really a second question. Why not, if this is a good idea, and it strikes me as potentially a very good idea for many school districts and their interface with the state, the oversight of the states, and its responsibility. Why not make it applicable universally, this program, rather than pick out the school districts who, by virtue of wealth and numbers, are eligible for are subject to this this particular way of assuring accountability. We're providing, the state's providing aid to every school district. And if this is a good idea, why shouldn't it be applicable to every school district? Or perhaps there would be a waiver allowed for some school districts that are obviously doing very well and don't.
I'm supportive of that idea. I think it's great. I think that we need to be getting accountability for state dollars. And if there's an exception or a waiver needed, or if it's a district is towing the mark to speak, fine. And I do agree with you, Representative Ames, that there's good rationale in support of we need to have accountability for just about everything which we're doing in terms of dollar flow. I know that I sat on that commission back in 2020, and one of the areas which we were really concerned about was the differentiated aid, which is supposed to support the students that have other needs or needs which go beyond due to ELL or dealing with poverty or dealing with special ed. How do we know that money is going that direction versus putting a new roof on a school? I don't know. We don't get that information because we've never required that money. I heard the word today in testimony from when we're dealing about Manchester, targeted. That money's not targeted, and there's no accountability for it. And yes, we have to have many parts of funding, actual funding, but we also and how we use it, but accountability for how we're using it. I think that's where the state really has broken down in terms of accountability for the dollars which are being delivered to them. And so the main thrust that I'm trying to put forward here is that issue. How can we demand accountability for the dollars? How do we know that they're really helping the student that we want to be helped? We don't know that.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I understand that the objective of the accountability, and I totally agree with that, and to get the money to help the students that need the help. But I just think in this bill, it just seems to be a complete disconnect, because when I read this, it sounds like you could have a school district, let's just make it like just a single town school district. They could have low property values and all the students might be proficient. And this would award money to them even though they don't have an issue with proficiency. And when you get to the cooperative districts, that's a complete disconnect, because the money is being awarded on the community level and the plan has to be at the cooperative district level. And you can't be picking out the students to help the kids that need reading help because they live in one town and not the other town within the cooperative district. If you need to be helping all the students that need the reading help.
You know, I hear what you're saying. And what I did when I put this together, of course, I didn't spend a whole lot of time on, believe me, I just echoed what was there and threw it in here. I feel that by bringing this forward, that it then supports where we were back in 2018, recognizing that we need to be following up on the dollar that we're spending and making sure it's being used wisely and it's being used for the purpose that we think it was supposed to be used for. So if there's any way that the bill can be better written to address that need, I'm open to it. I recognize there's holes in this. I definitely recognize there's holes in it. I myself have not spent the time on this particular bill. It's like one of those bills that just comes up, it's written, and this was written the last day that filing was done. There was no chance to look it over again, and this is one of those outcomes. But we've talked about intent before. The intent is certainly, I think, worthy of consideration, not just here, but on education policy as well, that we make sure that our dollars are going towards where we want them going.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Chair. Just need a little clarification, please. On page 1, line 5, it references 2 RSAs, but I am not finding the second one, 198:40-G.
So those are the extraordinary needs and the fiscal capacity disparity.
It's not in the
But
general,
it's-
it's not in that yet.
Well,
Yeah, it hasn't been codified because fiscal capacity just came into effect July 1.
Thank you. Should have known that. Yep.
Yep. So it's those two components of the adequacy formula. Okay, Representative Bricky.
So I just want to clarify. So this doesn't change the amount. It's only about accountability.
Correct.
It's only about if we are giving public funds, we want accountability.
We want the funds to be used for what the original purpose is designed for. And
Which is to increase academic.
and that,
Yes?
if you ask me one thing about where we are doing the best job or the worst job, and I think from the state perspective, our accountability, our oversight is missing. And that's the only way we're going to show improvement, if there's good oversight and there's good accountability and we all get on the same page in the same book and chapter.
Okay.
Representative McGuire and then Phelps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Might it make more sense to have accountability on some of the other components of adequacy? For example, English as a second language, English language learners, right? And have accountability in the sense that we give you money for that, but their English improves, right? So show us improving English scores or getting off the list or whatever. Or maybe, what else do we have? Special ed type of stuff, maybe not needing as many special ed services over time or something like that. Those to me seem like they'd be better, more accountable rather than this, which are mostly just, we want to lower property taxes in places that otherwise don't have the fiscal capacity to pay those taxes.
Years ago, we had another category of differentiated aid. And that was reading, third grade reading. And when we went and asked for the accountability on what that money is being used for and what kind of improvement we're seeing, we were unable to get, for example, if you have a cohort of students in the 3rd grade, take that same cohort of students and track them to the 4th grade, then the 5th grade, then the 6th grade, or even take that cohort and go down to 2nd grade and 1st grade. Track apples to apples. We couldn't get the data. We couldn't see that there was any growth or anything going on. We were just handing money out at a one-time shot in the 3rd grade. We didn't know if the program was working. So in terms of going back to the question here, wouldn't we be better looking at, some of the other components? Yes, we would be. Yes, we need to have accountability. And there's a lot of ways of looking at that. We used to use just the raw achievement scores, but let's look also at growth and that we put into law. But there's a lot of ways of measuring whether you're performing and achieving what you want. And I think we need to look at that whole process. I've said it all along. I'm not necessarily a testing advocate because we test, and have less time to teach. So there's got to be more of a willingness, I guess, on our part as a legislature when we're funding these dollars to make sure we know the dollars are going in the right direction and are being used appropriately.
Okay, Representative Phillips.
Thank you. So in terms of the accountability part, the only entity that you can hold responsible for student performance or for progress in terms of learning English would be the district of attendance. So, and they would be the one who made the plan. They would be the one who spends the money. Do you think that, or would you consider thinking about the possibility of somehow disconnecting the equalized valuation per pupil at the municipality level and connecting it more to the district of attendance? Maybe with their equalized valuation per pupil, maybe not.
That's a loaded question. I know it, but to be able to say just right like this, yeah, it's just how I do it. I think if we're looking at how we can improve, I think we ought to consider every direction we can to get things done right. I don't think I can say much more on it.
I did say consider thinking about it, which I didn't think was a commitment of any kind.
Okay, we'll remain open-minded. Okay. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank the sponsor. Thank you, Representative Ladd. And I have a pink slip from Mark Manganello and no others, so I think we have just one more guest here on this bill.
Mark Manganello, Bureau of School Finance, Department of Education. This concept, linking accountability to adequacy and linking accountability to targeted aid, was implemented in fiscal year 23. So for the Extraordinary Needs Grant that went out in fiscal year 23, it was a much smaller grant back then. It was about just under $15 million. Now it's up to $158 million, so it's a much larger grant. But we had accountability plans for, there was 117 municipalities that applied. Again, smaller grants. Some of those grants were just a few hundred dollars. So the way that rolled out when it was implemented was a lot of communities were asking me if I was going to pay them their extraordinary needs grant. And I said, I need a commitment from you that you will do the accountability plan. And so one of the mechanical issues is talking about like a typical restricted grant might be like a 5-year rollout. Adequacy has to be done in the year in which we have the money appropriated to do it. I can't retroactively pay adequacy 5 years later. So, and also adequacy is so crucial in setting taxes. So the way we had to roll it out, and there's a mechanical issue with trying to link adequacy and accountability or trying to restrict adequacy in some way, is I had to have everyone commit to me that they would do an accountability plan before taxes were set. So that's a mechanical challenge with trying to, because basically I need to have that commitment before we set taxes. Otherwise, I would be underfunding, the tax rate would be underfunded. So that's a mechanical challenge with linking adequacy to accountability. Also, one of the challenges we have, just similar to what Representative Fellows was talking about, is you receive adequacy based on where you're financially responsible. However, your students are being educated elsewhere. So a lot of communities talked to me and said, I don't control a school. I have a tuition agreement. So when I'm filling out this accountability plan, I'm basically just telling a sending district to educate my students and hit these proficiency marks. So it is sort of challenging to link accountability, adequacy to accountability. So what happened was eventually Division II Finance removed that requirement. So we did implement this. It wasn't enacted. There were some challenges, some technical issues with implementing it, and the law was repealed. In the bill as introduced, there are still some technical challenges with it. So if you were going to go forward with that, I'd be willing to work with you. Probably a minimum bar for when you have to do an accountability plan. So for example, last year I had an extraordinary needs grant, I go out for $34. So I wouldn't want to be hounding them to do an accountability plan for $34. They would say, Mark, stop emailing me. But there's other potential technical improvements that could make it a little bit smoother, a little bit more effective. Also, the Department of Education's position is if we are going to do state accountability, we would need the resources to do that effectively. And lastly, I'll say there is a legislative state accountability task force that will be producing a report this summer. So you may want to also receive their input as well as far as how to do state accountability.
So hypothetically, if this was enacted as is, what are those resources that you would need?
So
even aside the mechanical. Described.
We're working on the fiscal note. As far as just processing as written, we would just need essentially one position. It would be an instructor coordinator. Don't have the exact dollar amounts, but essentially just one position, just to receive those accountability plans and be part of the reviewing and approving of those accountability plans. That would be the minimum resource we would need.
Okay, thank you. Representative Popovich-Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying and taking a question. Doesn't the sending district have control over where they send their kids to be educated if they don't have the ability to educate them themselves?
Yes, so they would use a tuition agreement, and then they could write in accountability to that tuition agreement. But yeah, it would take both parties agreeing to it.
Thank you.
Further questions? I think you've done a very clear job of showing us some of the hurdles. It's not straightforward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. See no further pink cards. I'm going to close the hearing on 1827. So we have one final bill, 1799, and I'll turn the gavel back to Representative Ladd.
Okay, we're going to go open the hearing here on HB 1799. This is a bill relative to required state funding for providing an opportunity for an adequate education. And we have today Representative Ames to present the bill. Welcome.
Thank you. And I think my handout is making its way around. So I'm here to introduce House Bill 1409 FN. Oh.
Yeah, it's just the first line where you put 1409 in.
Indeed, I see. I've done this many times. I blame it on my crooked fingers, but I think there's more to it than that. So I'm here to introduce 1799 House Bill, which should have a fiscal note on it that's not yet prepared. An act relative to required state funding for providing an opportunity for an adequate education. And what I'm going to do here is I've got some general comments, and then in the middle of general statements, I'm going to try to walk you through the core elements of the bill, and then take questions if there are any. So starting with a general overview, House Bill 1799 seeks to conform the state's public school funding system to two new court rulings handed down in 2025 in the Conval and Rand cases. When properly funded through appropriate state budget processes in the next budget cycle, or before that if possible, the HB 1799 formula will enable school districts to meet, at an admittedly minimum level, our state-level constitutional school funding obligations, thereby ensuring funding with other currently available funding streams sufficient to provide every child with the opportunity for a constitutionally adequate education, while also enabling significant constitutionally mandated local property tax relief across the state. And so here are some highlights of the bill. At the core of House Bill 1799 in Section 2, which starts at page 1, line 15, is the bill's declaration of policy findings and purposes, in which the state declares its commitment to provide and fund, in cooperation with local school districts, but without excessive reliance on local property taxes, a constitutionally compliant, high-quality public education system for all of New Hampshire's children. So I encourage you to look at that larger section of policy findings and purposes for statements that really describe the context, set out the context for this bill. In HB, and then the next point is that HB 1799 establishes in Section 5, which is at page 4, line 27, and which ends on page 5 at line 10, new annual per pupil cost factors for determining each municipality's state grant. On average, these new cost factors will increase the state's annual adequacy grants to municipalities for their respective school districts across the state by about 1.7 times the current level of adequacy funding. It'll be more or less than that, depending on how the differentiated aid factors work in the particular municipality, and those relate to differences in school populations. So there will be variation in the actual amount. And again, I encourage you to look at that. House Bill 1799 also mandates in Section 4, starting on page 2, line 31, development of a new system for statewide oversight of disparities in achievement, a system that will require the Commissioner of Education and each school district to establish and implement public school targets and plans for addressing persistent disparities in achievement among student subgroups in the aggregate and within subcategories, and those would include subject matter and relevant grade levels. And Representative Ladd, I would suggest that this is in line with the kind of grant accountability work that you were telling us about with relationship to the previous bill. Moving on to the second back page of my handout, House Bill 1799 establishes in Section 7, page 5, line 27, an adequate education funding commission to study and identify transition and revenue options other than local property taxes for the full funding of state grants to public schools for consideration and action by state officials involved in the development of the state budget for fiscal years 2028 to 2029. And this concept of trying to figure out options for generating revenue, and clearly this bill is written, will require a lot of new revenue or reallocation of revenue, is not new. It was very much the subject of a bill that Representative Spilsbury filed last year, and that was voted down as a retained bill not so long ago. And there are at least two bills that I'm aware of that also seek to address the funding challenge through a process. And I'm sure we'll be talking about those as we go forward, but that's the broader context. For myself, I've tried over the years to look at different ways of meeting funding challenges with particular proposals that I think have merit. And I think the better way to go on this very large challenge is not for me or someone else to tell you what our favorite option is, but to get into a process and try to figure out options. It's not a choice of an option, but choices that are out there, so that when the job has to be done, which is in the end going to be in the finance committees and then in the final budget bill, there's good information about options that might help do the job. Moving on, the next bullet, House Bill 1799 changes in Section 1, starting at page 1, line 1, the structure of the statewide property tax, the so-called SWEPT, to require all SWEPT collecting municipalities to pay all SWEPT revenue received to the Department of Revenue Administration for deposit in the Education Trust Fund. And I wanted to make clear that HB 1799 does not seek to change the amount to be collected by the SWEPT. And just a further comment on this particular proposal, I myself strongly believe that a statewide tax should be a statewide tax and not disguised as a statewide tax, but it's really a local tax, which is what it is if the revenues are just circled back into another place in the municipality. And that's the way it is set up right now. So this, in my view, fixes the SWEPT and enables SWEPT money to be part of the grant program for adequacy aid or extraordinary needs or other needs that fit within the list of programs that can be funded out of the Education Trust Fund. So in closing, I wanted to get back to the general perspective on this. And I'm borrowing the words of Bruce Hill, a very wise Jaffrey constituent, who is a retired professional educator with 37 years of teaching and administrative experience. He posted this statement, I think it was yesterday, on the House online testimony page in support of House Bill 1799. And he wrote, "The quality of children's education impacts not only today's students, but their future lives, the workforce of the future, and the communities they live in. Public education, well provisioned and well respected, provides that quality with checks and balances. I urge lawmakers to adequately fund public education without the excessive burden of property taxes. Please vote appropriately to provide some property tax relief, ensure adequate education funding, and act in a manner you can be proud of by doing the right thing. And I just wanted to add to that there are a lot of comments on the online testimony page of our General Court website. Many of the entries that indicate support for the bill include a statement in text that expands on the poster's perspective on this issue, and they're really thoughtful and interesting. I encourage you to take a close look at those. I think that last count, there were over 300 people posting in support of the bill, and last time I looked, there was 4 posting in opposition. I also sent around, with the help of Gen 4, a copy of an email I received from one of those posters who posted originally saying she opposed the bill. Turns out that was a mistake, so she wrote me an email saying she was unable to correct the mistake online and asked me to circulate her somewhat modified testimony to make it clear that she supports the bill. So maybe it's 3 that oppose rather than 4. That's what I have, and I know this is a complicated issue, a difficult issue. It's been festering for 30 years or more, and it would be really, really nice if we could make some progress on it. We've got a lot of public schools and our public school systems that are having a hard time right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Ames. Are there questions for the representative? Representative Ames, on the first page there, on when you're talking about the SWEP revenue, or the revenue which is collected goes directly to the state,
Yeah.
is the local going to be able to keep the amount which meets their adequacy and then have to forward the difference to the state, or does the state take it all?
The state takes all. There's also an amendment in the bill that I didn't mention, but it's at, oh dear. It's at page 5, line 11. And this amends 198.41, 1 to 1A, and takes out that initial deduction from the grant from the state for the SWEP money that's been retained. So all money, SWEP money, is going into the pot at the state level, and grants come out according to the formula. And it's no longer the so-called excess SWEP issue because of that.
Further questions? On page 2. On page 2, and then Representative Fellows. I noticed that on line 26, that you've added another component into the base cost, and that is school nurses or nursing services. Has anything else been added in there which is beyond what we're doing?
I don't know offhand. I can't do that based on my memory, and I really didn't know it exactly at the time. This seemed right to me, and we can look more closely at that if we have a chance to review this bill in a work session. I think nurse services certainly should be a part of adequacy.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about how you impact the districts of a cooperative where some towns pay significantly more per student into the cooperative budget than the other towns. And the impact would be that right now, when the towns with the higher property values pay in a disproportionately high percentage to the co-op to support the district, they also are they may be using that retained SWEP that, excuse me, that you're proposing sending back to the state. So just any thoughts on how that will work? Because you have some districts that have significantly more property value per student than others, and then you have some districts, some towns that have significantly higher equalized valuation per pupil than others. But then you also have some municipalities that only are a little bit higher than others, in a district with some that are really low, and how that's going to shift tax burden on individuals, because in the end, it's always individuals that are paying for it, what the state doesn't pay.
First, I should say that I represent two towns, Jaffrey and Dublin. Dublin's in the Conval Cooperative School District. Jaffrey's in the Jaffrey Ringe Cooperative School District. Conval is the biggest, as I understand it, in terms of numerically the number of towns. And there are differences, as you've just pointed out, in the property tax wealth related to students for each of these towns. I think that issue is maybe needs to be addressed, but it could be addressed separately. But it's also addressed through the agreements that were formed when these districts were established. And in my district, the property wealth of Jaffrey is less than the property wealth of Ringe, and Jaffrey gets a smaller allocation of the cost of the district than Ringe, and that's how it's played out. And that's true of the Conval system too, I believe. I'm less familiar. That's really complicated with all the towns, and there's a lot of push and pull between the overall district and the smaller towns. My town of Dublin is one of the towns with higher property value in that district, and has walked up to the edge of withdrawing from the district, and then it's walking back from there, and it goes back and forth, you know. So there are always difficulties, and I don't question that there's an issue there, but it's going to require work.
Further questions? Representative Ames, the three-year plan here, sort of a little bit what I was discussing earlier, shall be submitted in a form and manner prescribed by the department and shall include, and it lists what that three-year plan should have. Is there any kind of a hammer that the department has when the school district does not submit a plan or is not in compliance with their plan?
Yeah, I don't.
That's on page 3.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this, so give me a sec. I don't think there is, to answer your question directly. Like much of our educational law, that question of sanctions is avoided, and cooperation is presumed. And although we heard about the way in which provision could be enforced from Mark Manganiello.
Mark.
Almost got it out. in a different connection where he could talk about withholding the money for a period of time. So I think there are ways to put pressure on districts, but maybe something more is needed. I'm completely open to looking at that.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hesitated because it's not so much a question, to be candid. There's a lot of overlap between components of your bill and initiatives that I've tried. HB 739, which we passed last year and died in the Senate, dealt with the SWEPT. My bill that's for this session, HB 1800, has gone to Ways and Means Committee. So ironically, I just assumed it would be here in ed funding, and it's not. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the study committee bill that we just recently voted ITL, where I had the honor of speaking against my own bill, 491. So I guess the question is, in the spirit of trying to make progress where progress can be found, I assume you're completely open-minded to the severability of your bill, since you've really you've created a bill that's got multiple components, and I can see some of them being more viable than others. You're open-minded to that, yes?
I am, absolutely. And I appreciate the work you've done. And we've, in Ways and Means, we found ways to work together on bills and get something accomplished, and that's my goal.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing it. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Executive Counselor Hill.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Ladd, Vice Chair Spilsbury, and members of House Education Funding. I'm Karen Leo Hill, Executive Counselor for District 2, representing 81 cities and towns in Western, Central, and Northern New Hampshire. I am here in support of HB 1799 because it addresses a structural problem in New Hampshire's education funding system that has real consequences for taxpayers and local communities. Our current approach relies too heavily on local property taxes to meet a state constitutional obligation. That imbalance shifts costs unpredictably onto municipalities and property owners and creates wide disparities between communities. HB 1799 takes a disciplined, transparent approach by clarifying the state's responsibility for funding an adequate education and aligning state aid more closely with actual costs. From a fiscal perspective, this bill is about accountability and long-term sustainability. When the state underfunds its obligation, the burden does not disappear. It is pushed onto local taxpayers in less efficient and less fair ways. HB 1799 begins to correct that by strengthening state-level responsibility while preserving local control over how schools are operated. It also includes mechanisms to study alternatives and monitor outcomes before making sweeping changes, rather than committing to open-ended spending without oversight. It's a measured step toward a more honest and predictable funding system that respects taxpayers, supports students, and reduces pressure on local property taxes. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote to pass on HB 1799. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you willing to take any questions?
Sure.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming here and testifying and for taking questions. Do you have any thoughts on how we will be able to pay for the indeterminate, but probably hundreds of millions fiscal note?
Well, that is not part of this bill. So I think there are discussions and ways and means that have to happen about how to pay for state obligations. So I don't have anything particularly to add. What I do think is that property taxes are local property taxes. I was a city councilor for 20 years prior to serving at the state level. And I know very well the burden on local property taxpayers. It's the thing that I have heard most consistently over the years. And so I do think that whatever the solution to funding this might be, it has to include meaningful relief for local property taxpayers.
Further questions? Representative Fellows?
Thank you. Just in terms of the property taxes, you realize that this bill will significantly increase the property taxes in some towns. And I don't know if it's going to decrease anybody's property taxes, but it definitely increase it in some towns.
Well, I would have to defer to the bill authors on the specifics. But the overarching picture is that, or the main point, I think, from my perspective, is that I support this bill and I support other bills that are seeking to address the state's obligation to fund an adequate education, our constitutional obligation. And so I am here generally speaking to support bills like HB 1799 because they are seeking to solve that problem and make sure that, you know, our students in our New Hampshire public schools are being treated fairly.
Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Trumbull?
Hello, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull from the town of Ware, and I support House Bill 1799 for a couple of reasons. First is the state is legally required to be funding our public schools. We should go back to the state constitution, the Claremont decisions, and the Londonderry decision, and the key holdings of those cases. First is that it's the state's duty to provide the funding for public schools, not the town's job. Second is that the education provided must be adequate. And third, that the duty only extends to the public schools. So it's the state's job to fund the public schools. Second is the question of separation of powers. Some people object to the court. How dare they tell us what to do? That is their job. We have three branches of government. You write the laws, the executive branch enforces them. I mean, it's the court's constitutional duty when laws are unconstitutional to point that out. And they pointed this out over 30 years ago and have held so in case after case after case. Different panels of judges have upheld it, so it's not clearly a partisan view. Third is to the dollar amount. The figure of $73.56 was used by the judge. Now, again, remember, this case was based on a trial using data from a few years ago. So if you just use basic cost of living, you'd be up to $8,000 now. But the court said, and the Conval superintendent said, that the real figure was about $10,000. But to avoid getting overturned on appeal, the judge took conservative estimates for every single line item that was used, and then it went down to $73.56. So we all know that $7,300 is not enough to fund a school. You can't fund a charter school on that. You can't fund a private school on that. You can't fund a public school on that. The next thing is that it's essential to our future as a state that we adequately fund the public schools. 90% of the children in the state attend a public school. Even if your personal interest is in supporting the private schools in the state, that's only 10% of the people in the state. The state's economy, the small businesses, our civic life all depend on every child having a decent education. You can't leave out the 90% who attend the public schools. Their individual well-being and our economy depends upon it. So what would the $3,200 extra get you? It would allow schools to keep their excellent young teachers. Any town that has a low property tax base right now is unable to keep their teachers. Young teachers come in, they work for a year or two, get classroom management skills, and they go someplace else where they have a chance of making a living. It also means that every school in the state would have a chance to have AP classes, art and music, and enough reading and math programs and reasonable class sizes. Look around the state. The towns that don't have a tax base that can afford to hold their schools to that adequate level, they don't have these programs. You see towns in the state that have less than 5 AP classes when other towns have 30 or 40. How can that possibly be fair? Indeed, the hallmark of our state funding system is the inequity between towns. Some towns have great schools, some do not. Overall, the state is in the top 5 or 8 in the country. That's because we're pulled up by the averages, but there are schools that are unable to live up to that. The bill also addresses special education. Last week, you went through a long hearing on the differentiated aid aspect, which was used to be called cat aid, that little extra formula. This bill says we don't, that was very complicated and all the accounting. What if you just took the $2,100 that was part of the differentiated and went up to $5,680? That's a huge increase. That would be a significant amount. It still would be less than 20%. It would be less than 20% of what it costs for the average special education in the state. So it's not an excessive amount. We're not getting into moral hazard territory or anything like that. It's less than 20%, but it would make a big difference. I applaud the bill for addressing study options for funding. That's responsible government. When you have a $500 million plus special ed, probably another $500 million due, it's irresponsible to not even think about how you're going to raise that money. And lastly, I applaud the bill for looking at persistent disparities. As I said, that's the hallmark of New Hampshire's education system, is the disparities between towns. Why is that an issue in New Hampshire? We're number 50 in the country when it comes to the state's percentage of funding on public schools. We're dead last. We put 25% towards from the state. The national average is 50%. Therefore, you're going to have disparities that you're not going to find in other states. Overall, this is a really thoughtful bill. I hope that you'll consider it. It's time that we do something, and this bill really addresses every aspect of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much. Oh, Representative Burton.
Thank you for taking my question. It's clear from discussion today on all these bills that more money for education will have to be accompanied by accountability. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I heard Representative Vlad, you moved, sorry. You were saying accountability. It's a difficult thing to tie a specific funding to specific accountability. But we know the studies are very clear. When you spend a little bit more in public schools and you stick with it year after year, your results go up. And when you spend it in districts that have lower funding, the results are even more pronounced. So I think it's important that we have accountability, but if you think, oh, we're not going to spend unless we can track this dollar to that test score, that's not realistic. It doesn't work that way in education. It takes time to overcome, especially in districts that don't have adequately funding. It's going to take time for those progresses to be made. One of the accountability factors is graduation rate and dropout rate. And then you're looking at lifetime earnings. There's no way you can track that dollar now, but all of the scientific evidence suggests that when you adequately fund schools, you get those long-term results. We have to have faith in that. We have to have faith in our teachers. Let them do their job, give them the resources they need, give them a size class that they can handle, and you'll get better results.
Thank you. Representative Popovich.
Thank you for being here and testifying. If I recall correctly, the state of New Jersey at some point in time, a couple of decades ago, decided they were underfunding public education and they pretty much doubled their funding only to get no results. Would those all scientific studies that you quoted have looked at New Jersey too, or were they just leaving New Jersey out just off the top of my head?
Thank you for the question, Representative Popovich. I am not an expert on New Jersey, but I know there was a study, Professor Jackson from Northwestern looked at all of the studies, and he issued a meta report, and the evidence was clear. More funding does work. But I promise you tonight, I'll go home, I'll read up on New Jersey. The next time I come in, I hope that we can discuss that.
Any further questions? Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I think that I've seen studies that talk about more funding, you get better results, but a lot of times those are at the state level and they're not broken down in terms of where that money's coming from. And they're doing it as a whole state. I'm just wondering if you've seen anything with New Hampshire data that correlates, and to what extent does it correlate performance of the students with property tax base or adequacy aid funding or anything else that would be helpful for us to know?
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative Fellows. There is data on that. Now, I don't know who's written a report on it, but if you, and again, test scores are not always the only way to look at these things. But if you just go right after COVID, we saw that there was some drops in performance. And so the question is, who bounced back? And there was a report that went through each state in the country. They went through each school, and you could look at how your school did in terms of bouncing back. You look at the schools that are on the bottom of the list in terms of bouncing back, and it is the schools who have the lowest property tax base. I'm not going to mention all the names, but you get that, and you can look at it, and you can see they didn't bounce back. In the properly funded schools, they bounced back and then exceeded where they were before. Another metric that you can use that's publicly available is to go to the DOE website where they have the proficiency scores. You get a score of a 1, 2, 3, or a 4. And you can look at it very clearly. The poorly funded schools, they have an incredibly high percentage of students who are in the 2 lowest categories. You just go 10 miles down the road, into the well-funded school next door to that town, and they have the bulk of their students are in the top 2 categories. That's a correlation. I realize that's a correlation, but you say, what's New Hampshire specific? You can see it. The well-performing schools are the ones that are well-funded. So again, it's correlation, but I think that's, unless we can get somebody further, I do believe that gives, at least backs up the evidence from out of state, from these other studies that have been done.
Representative Burton?
A quick comment. I lived through the MCAS era in Massachusetts, and I have to say I was skeptical at first, but I had a big campus in Lynn, Massachusetts, big minority city, and we used to do MCAS remediation. And I went in one night, and there was a young Latino at a computer. And I said to her, isn't it awful that we make you compete with all these other communities? And she said to me, no, I like it because I can prove I can cut it. And I was taken by that. I don't know if any money followed it, but the attitude of the minority students that I was working with was that this is a chance to show that we can do what all those Wellesley and Belmont and all the other towns do. And the other thing that happened was the schools with the lowest scores got the resources with a plan to improve it, or they didn't get the extra money. So I'm kind of a convert to the accountability piece if it's done right.
Thank you, Representative Burton. I do agree with you that places that don't have adequate funding are strong. They're tough. I know that. The district that I've run in for Senate has a couple of towns that are financially struggling, and the people are strong there. But as a state, you have an obligation to every single child in every single town. And to just to financially write off towns and say that we're not going to adequately fund the schools in towns that don't have the tax base to do it, that's just ethically wrong. We have a legal obligation. That's what the court case said. And I believe you'll see practical results when you do fund it. We also have an ethical responsibility. You're in charge of the whole state, not just certain towns.
Any further questions? It brings in a lot of question, that this whole conversation we've had today. And conventional wisdom throughout this state and through the country is that poverty is usually the responsible issue for learning gaps. But that's not necessarily what is being seen in some states, which are improving instruction and improving these learning gaps by having ensuring that the basic academic standards are upheld to, that we're teaching what is necessary to teach. And the state of Mississippi is one of those states.
Right, thank you.
Just climbed all over it with fewer dollars spent than most states in this country. So I guess it's not, a question is, are you also baffled with the fact that it's not necessarily going to be dollars that show us how to close these learning gaps, but it may be associated with it, but do you think there is something else that's more important that we're missing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, to Mississippi. I've been reading about Mississippi, and what I did see was, in addition to the things you mentioned, they said you can't cherry pick certain things that they've done in Mississippi. If you don't spend more money on the people who need it, you don't get the results. And so if you want, I'll look that up and email you that. But I did see that. I thought, okay, Mississippi's made some ground, but not without spending more money where it's needed. And this bill specifically says we're going to target areas of need. So this bill goes exactly to what they're doing in Mississippi that's working, which is targeted funding. Second thing is you said something about poverty and as you know, your education committee, higher family incomes historically translate to better test scores. But part of that is that if you're hungry, you're not going to be as good of a student. You've heard all the feed the children bills. If you're hungry, you're not doing as well. If you don't have housing stability, you're not doing as well. If you can't afford adequate health care, or your parents don't have adequate health care, you're not doing as well. So the point is that families who are struggling economically, their children are going to be struggling more. And so that's where the school has to say, okay, we need to do additional resources. And if you wait, it doesn't work. In the elementary school, it's reading. In the middle school, it's probably math. But you have to be pouring extra resources. I think they found this in Mississippi, extra resources into helping kids who can't read at an early age, because then the rest of their school years are going to be more successful. So that's the key, is people and places who are struggling need help early on, and you will get better results from it. I think if the state would just say, look, it's going to benefit all of us in this state if we adequately funded every single school, it would be like a no-brainer. This bill makes so much sense.
So I'll follow it up then. The nature of this bill is that the costs per pupil are going to be $7,000 some odd dollars now. It's not, I don't think the $356.01 is the exact figure here in this one. I'm not looking at it. But by directing money to all students in this state, regardless whether they're achieving or not, that kind of contradicts what you just said about Mississippi, where they've absolutely had to lay down some certain standards. For example, a student that's not passing reading or achieving reading as a third grade student doesn't get promoted to the fourth grade. That's something that they initiated. They said it was a hard road to toe, but they did it. And now they're, in terms of their academic performance, is at the top of the nation without having to really change their formula all around.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two thoughts on that. First is, you say, okay, well, you're spending money on everybody and not targeting it, but that amount is $7,300. The average non-special ed average in the state is $18,000. So that total is a little bit over a third. It's not like you're throwing excessive amounts of money at students who don't need it. You're not even halfway there to the average expenditure in the state. So I don't think that's a problem. Mississippi has a better base rate than we do. Remember, we're 50th in the nation when it comes to the state share of funding. The second thing is with these third grade and fourth grade studies, they did one in Florida too, is you have to be careful with that, using that as one single metric. And I don't know if this is specific to Mississippi, but if you start holding children back, they do an extra year, then you say, oh, wow, all of a sudden our scores went up for our fourth graders. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's all you have to do. Obviously, if you're holding back, maybe some children should be held back more than they should, but you can't. I don't think you can take that one metric and say, okay, that means we don't need to spend more money.
Thank you very much, David. I always appreciate you coming up and having this discussion with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be here.
Any further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask you what you think might happen if we took property taxes completely out of this conversation and said we're going to fund schools, but the state's not going to use any property taxes to do it.
That could be done. I think that would, you certainly get rid of the disparity issue. Every school would have the same funding. I think that towns would probably want the option of being able to spend more, because some people want to conglomerate in a town where they say our school system is not just adequate, it's exceptional. So if the state just funded every school at a base level, I think then all of the towns in the state would be able to at least be adequate. And if they want to fund more, if the neighborhood is such that they live close to an economic center where the incomes are higher, they could do more. Plus, you got to think about the median income in the state. It's what, 100,000 is about the family average household. Rockingham County's what, 120, 130, 40, something like that. Sullivan County is 60,000, maybe 42, and Coas County's a tad less. So if you had equalized state funding, I think there's a role for property tax, but it should be the layer on top of the base layer. The state should be bringing every school up to this level, and then the towns could go beyond that without taxing their people crazy. And this bill specifically says in the commission, there's going to be established a commission to study and identify revenue options other than local property taxes for the full funding of state grants. So the bill right away says, let's get something other than property taxes funding the base. Then you could still have a proper role for local property taxes to fund the on top of the base.
Thank you. Questions? Massine, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have no further pink cards on this one, so we're going to close this hearing. And that is the last bill we had in the docket for today. So with that, we are adjourned. I will mention to committee members that we will not be executing any bills this week, but next week we will. We will be executing. So on any given day, be advised that we may be executing bills which we've already heard, or we may hear on that particular day. Representative Berkey?
And next week, when they meet it?
Let me get my phone out.
Tuesday, the 27th.
27th and the 30th. The new date for the 30th was presented to our administrative assistant this morning.
Say that again, please, on the calendar. 27th and the 30th,
Yeah,
and then the 29th session, not the 29th session.
maybe, yeah. Yeah, let's see.
We would exec on the 27th.
Pardon me?
We would exec on the 27th, not the 30th, right? I think everyone needs to know when we need a full house.
I'm going to leave them both open, so we can do it both days.
Okay, yeah, let's make that clear then.
Yeah, what the question was, we would be execing on the 27th after we hear our bills there that are posted. But then we also may, on the 30th, exec too. We may. I'll let you know as I get closer to it. I'll let you know on the 27th for sure.
Do we know for sure if we're going to have a session on the
29th? No, we met with the speaker this morning. It depends upon whether enough bills are unloaded from the committees.
still up in the air?
We'll know by Thursday.
Yeah, need to have a good 40 bills or so to do that. If they have only 40 bills, what they'll do is probably have the session for half a day, and the remaining half day might be used for work. Yeah.
So, if they decide they're not going to have session on the 29th, can we have our meeting on the 29th then instead, so that we're consistent with the schedule, instead of giving them a Friday for a meeting?
Or if it's a half day, could we?
Yeah, see, we'd have to find out. I've got to get it posted, but I got to hear first that I'm able to do that. So it's up to this, it's up to what's going on with the speaker now, and what he receives this week in terms of bills that have gone through the exec process. So we should know that by another 2 days. Yeah, I know that.
Committed to this,
Yeah.
I don't book anything on Thursday.
This is happening in a lot of committees. In fact, they are now going to be, they have borrowed people from this committee now to go into other committees where the same thing is happening. That there are a lot of people that are unable to come on a day due to illness or to obligations. And so they are getting the subs from committees which are not executing on that given day. So that's what's happening to us on what day are you headed out? You know, he popped, it's already gone. I think it's on the 22nd.
Thursday,
Yeah, Thursday, this week. This week, yeah.
maybe. They said they'll let me know tomorrow.
Oh, I'm talking about the other Dan.
Oh.
He's gone too.
He's gone.
Yeah, yeah, so we're short.
Are we scheduling any work sessions on any of?
Yes, on the special education, we are, I've just got to get those filtered in here. I was going to do that this evening. And where we have a work session or of a small group, I may put a subcommittee together to do that. I spoke to you and to Representative Luna about that the other day. Yeah. Anything else for the good of the order? We're done, Dick.